Hi, my name is Nikos.
And the Halo Iceberg is a massive list of Halo facts and
Our journey to victory has begun! Death to the MPLA!
Hey everybody, my name is John Black Ops. My name is Nikos. And welcome back to the channel where we overanalyze games. Treyarch's run from World at War to Call of Duty Black Ops are among the best Call of Duty games to ever be released. This was the golden age of the console FPS shooter craze, and Infinity Ward's side of the franchise was just as good with the OG Modern Warfare games. But when I play Call of Duty games that release today, it's hard to believe that this is the same franchise. You got American Dad and Nicki Minaj, couple that with skill-based matchmaking where 50% of your games are filled with absolute bots, and the other 50% have you questioning why you even woke up this morning. After working on these 3 Call of Duty retrospectives, I now fully realize how much I took these games for granted. Their quality is remarkable. One of these games I took the most for granted. One that I didn't play as much. The fans have unanimously agreed that this Call of Duty offers the best multiplayer in the franchise. It's a game with a story that rivals the original Black Ops' campaign mode in quality, and offers the most terrifying and best villain in Call of Duty history. Many also argue that this is the best Call of Duty game of all time. Black Ops 2, the Call of Duty, released in 2012, set in the far future of 2025.
Now the mysterious Cordis Die social network has crowdsourced simultaneous protests in both Iran and North Korea. Never seen in public, who really is the leader of Cordis Die? He's known only as a... only as Odysseus.
2 days later, the director of the FBI burned alive.
Madam President, we now know how Menendez.
Political thing? Look what happened. Is this crazy?
The markets are reacting and they need to.
Is this the end?
Now, like woods, you will suffer with me. And then one day, you will see this pendant again. And you will remember everything you saw and felt tonight. You will remember all the years of anger and pain. And when you do, David, please come to me.
This is Treyarch's 3rd title in the golden age of Call of Duty. After my last video on Black Ops, y'all left tons of comments sharing your love for the games, and many of y'all asked for a sequel video focusing on Black Ops 2. Thank you guys for sharing your thoughts and let me know what you wanted to see next. Anyway, the previous titles deal with the past, World War II, Vietnam, and the Cold War. Black Ops 2 is far more ambitious. The game spans 2 timelines simultaneously. Weapons and scenery from the 1980s and 2025 litter the story and the zombies mode, while multiplayer maintains a complete focus on the future. Or should I say, the present. Somehow, the ambition of the first Black Ops has been completely outdone here. This campaign is massive and very long, especially if you play it on higher difficulties. The story mode in the first Black Ops game is the best in the series, or at least I thought that until I played its sequel. So which one is better? Well, let's turn back time, a couple months actually, to June of 2025, to find out how good this game actually is.
Secure the building.
Move in! Go!
Scout every inch of the vault, sir. Except this room.
Safety's on, dipshit.
Hey, old man. Was Raul Menendez here today?
Sergeant Woods. Raul Menendez is the leader of Cordis Die, and the most dangerous terrorist since Osama bin Laden. Fucking waste of time. Guy's a vegetable.
Back off! All he said was, mi hermana. That's Spanish for sister, dipshit. You boys better get your shit together. He's gonna attack.
If you have information about a threat to national security, you gotta tell us.
Turn the camera on. Your old man. He's doing okay in Alaska. Fucking Hudson showed up.
Dad, I'm scared. I need help.
You're 7 years old, David. Stop acting like a baby.
I hate you.
David, wait!
Go back to the army, like you did when Mom died.
Lieutenant Colonel North, NSC. You already know Jason Hudson.
What are you doing here?
Yesterday, Sergeant Woods led a covert team to take out an arms smuggling ring in Angola. This morning, we lost contact.
So go get him, CIA. Why are you here?
Castro and the Russians are all over Angola. We can't go in. The CIA have buried the mission. Woods and his squad no longer exist.
We got whatever you need, Mason. Name it.
David can stay with Jenny, like before. She loves having him. He'll be fine.
Dad, you said you'd never go back to the army. You promised me.
It's Uncle Woods, son. He'd do it for me.
Old Man Woods.
Heads up. Scouts on the ridgeline. We do this quiet, Mason.
Yeah, you're the expert in quiet.
I'm a goddamn onion, Mason.
The first connection to the previous Black Ops. He's bound to a wheelchair and warns our player character, David Mason, of a terrible threat to the world. Somebody named Raul Menendez. Instantly, this game opens up with a ton of intrigue. How do we even follow up the mind-bending, huge twist of Black Ops' story? How can we do something more insane? Perhaps with a very interesting villain. Who is this new threat? And are they really going to be even close to as bad as the Soviet Union and their brainwashing scheme? This video is sponsored by Manta Sleep. What do you mean I'm facing the wrong way? I've seen a lot of comments on my recent videos explaining that quite a few of you guys watch my videos to help you sleep. And if that's the case in your situation, then this sponsor is for you. Manta Sleep is the leader of high-quality sleep masks that are as comfortable as they are incredibly effective. They block out light completely. And let me tell you, as a side sleeper, these things get the job done. If you've ever worked a graveyard shift before, like I have, you understand both the importance of getting good sleep as well as the intense difficulties of doing so while the sun is out. This mask makes that problem a thing of the past. Manta sent me this sleep mask to review, and let me tell you, it's a lot better than I anticipated. I even brought it on a recent trip where I ended up in a hotel where there was this problem with the blinds that didn't fully cover the window, which had a patio light blasting all this light into the bedroom, which made it super difficult to fall asleep. So I popped these puppies on, and I conked out like instantly. I even took this mask on a plane, and here's some live footage of me taking a nap on the flight. Oh, what are you doing, you idiot? You're messing up the sponsor. My favorite part about this sleep mask is the premium feel. It is extremely comfortable. It is also incredibly adjustable, allowing you to move around these eye cups and adjust this back strap so you could fit each person's individual and hyper unique head. If you or anyone you know needs better sleep, head over to Manta Sleep's website and use code NIKOS at checkout to get 10% off your order. Thanks, Manta Sleep, for sponsoring this video. Alright, let's get back to it.
You're 7 years old, David. Stop acting like a baby.
Who would have thunk a brainwashed torture victim with a body count in the hundreds would make such a thick-skinned, remorseless father? Well, at least he does make some attempt to care for his son. But clearly, David has some resentment towards him. He seems to be a fairly cold character. I suppose being a CIA field operative does that to a man. And you can find emails on the terminal in the main menu of the first Black Ops game that highlight how cold and distant Mason was with his family members.
They found where I was being held prisoner with a spy satellite. One of them KH-9s. This baby, it shits out a film canister 12 miles up. Then a C-130 comes by, snags it at about 30,000 feet. This was not the digital age. This film had to be processed, analyzed, and delivered. All by hand. Our dog in the fight. This guy named Jonas Savimbi. You think I'm fucking nuts? This guy.
No! I need help over here! Hold on!
Mason!
Savimbi, you gotta help! Right! Damn it!
Fire finished him. Sometimes it's too late to save a man. We must move out before we join him in death. Multiplier means the MPLA is ready for attack. They want a fight! We give them a fight! Move out!
Mason gets whisked back into service because Uncle Woods is missing. Again, if you recall, in the first game, Woods exploded off screen. Well, it turns out he survived and went through hell to get back into military service.
Fight, my brothers!
Angola, a country in Southwest Africa. Contender for most badass flag in the world because they put a machete on it. Really only competing against the Mozambique flag because those lads put an AK-47 on theirs. Angolan history is complicated. Before the arrival of European powers, over 1,500 kingdoms ruled throughout what is now modern-day Angola, some of which were capable of smelting iron and displayed complex economies and political systems. Europe began spreading its empires across the globe, and Portugal wanted to get on that sweet territorial gain. They established their first colony at Luanda, modern Angola's capital city, before conquering numerous kingdoms and exporting enslaved Africans to another colony they controlled in
South America.
This colony would eventually become what is modern-day Brazil. For the benefit of humanity, Europe and Portugal banned slavery. Europe banning slavery, fortunately, almost completely destroyed the transatlantic slave trade, and decades later, Portugal's empire began to dissolve. The Portuguese treatment of the natives, while somewhat friendly at first, devolved into harsh forced labor and high taxation, while native Portuguese settlers were given special treatment. Tensions rose in 1960 when the Belgian Congo achieved independence from Belgium just to the north of Portuguese Angola. Tensions in Angola boiled over into a full-blown war of independence. The rebellion was made up of 3 major groups. 2 of them we actually see in Black Ops 2. The MPLA, communist guerrillas supported by the Soviet Union and Cuba. Then there's the FNLA, a sort of conservative group supported by both the United States and China. And finally, the UNITA, led by Jonas Savimbi. UNITA was another communist guerrilla group that pledged to free Angola from Portuguese rule. Portugal managed to hold the line against these 3 factions due to their inability to form a united front, as they spent much of the time fighting each other. But eventually, the Portuguese military tired of war and abandoned the country in 1975. Almost all the Portuguese settlers left with them, and with 3 factions left in a nation with no leadership, the Angolan Civil War began. The MPLA assumed control of the country as they maintained control of the capital, and utter chaos ensued. The conflict bled across international lines into Congo. South Africa even joined the war against the MPLA. In response to these hostilities, a large Cuban expeditionary force numbering around 150,000 men arrived in Angola to support the MPLA. Around this time, the FNLA was completely destroyed in the fighting. This left just Savimbi and his UNITA faction to contend with the MPLA. Savimbi renounced his adherence to Maoism and went full-on anti-communist, baby. And you know what that means.
Well, it's good to have you back visiting here again. Mr. President, thank you very much for receiving me. Well, it's my first opportunity to congratulate you personally for your stunning victory in the battle of the Menendez. Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the time I referred to you as the hero of the Lamba River. Yes, Mr. President. And now, thanks to the support to the dark, now we are strong. Well, thank you, Mr. President.
The Americans pledged their support, and this is where Black Ops 2 continues the story. Mason and Hudson arrived in Angola to assist the UNITA in crushing the MPLA, and hopefully rescue Woods in the process. Also, Hudson's voice actor is different now.
Why can't you remember? Reznov's dead, Mason. Did you hear me? He's dead!
Castro and the Russians are all over Angola. We can't go in. The CIA have buried the mission.
Ed Harris could not reprise his role as Hudson due to scheduling conflicts, so Michael Keaton took over instead. Call of Duty is known for its custom classes feature in multiplayer. That was kind of its bread and butter since COD 4. And now, we can edit our loadouts before every level with unlockable guns and perks. This is actually really awesome and adds a ton of replayability to the campaign. In my second playthrough of the game I did for this video, I set the difficulty to veteran and got mad creative with the loadouts, putting attachments, camos on all sorts of guns, and just running them just to see how they would work. Interestingly enough, the Cold War era weapons featured in-game are some of the ones seen in the first Black Ops game, alongside some new ones, like the Browning High Power. Yeah, a whole pistol, only in the campaign mode. Not in zombies, not in multiplayer, just here for a few levels. This game has got to have the most guns out of any Call of Duty, so many they couldn't fit them all in a multiplayer, with a whole ton even featured in zombies.
We are in grave danger from the communists.
In the first Black Ops game, we got orders from John F. Kennedy himself. In Black Ops 2, we get to fight directly alongside Savimbi, which is kinda surreal. To see him Call of Duty-fied is kinda crazy, to be honest. And what's really interesting about his portrayal here is apparently his family members protested how he was shown off in this game, said they showed him off as a bloodthirsty killer of sorts. I never thought that when playing the game personally, but I'm not too familiar with the history of Savimbi himself. I've only gone very surface level, just so I could share the context of the war from an unbiased position, so you know the history and why we're in Angola in game. Anyway, this first level reminds me of the Siege of Jadotville. Waves of MPLA soldiers charge us in an open savanna as Hudson guns down tanks from a chopper. This all checks out. The MPLA did in fact possess this type of tank. It's a Soviet T-62, and the armored infantry vehicle Mason rides is known as a Buffle, which is a vehicle employed by the South African military. Your allies also employ the use of several Eland armored fighting vehicles for this first level, which were also in South African service. This could actually check out, considering South Africa's military supported UNITA during the Civil War. Kudos to the attention to realism here, Treyarch. These are some really obscure vehicles. They could have easily just used some truck or generic armored car for the vehicles here.
Killed many men today, huh? Yes! We all did!
Where's Woods?
The MPLA is not yet defeated. That's a very dangerous rescue, my friend!
Where is he?
He's being held captive by a Nicaraguan gun runner. A very dangerous man!
Where?
About 2 miles north. He's on a transport barge on the Cubango River. He may already be dead!
Let's go, Hudson!
I was MIA and but your old man thought I was dead. After all that shit Kravchenko did to him. The numbers, Reznov ain't stuck in his head. He had no idea it was real. How the fuck could he? Kravchenko, when I sliced that bastard open, saved everyone's ass. But he comes to first. Boom. Welcome to the Hanoi Hilton. 6 months later, they shipped me over to Da Nang. And this fucking place made the Hilton look good. Lost 17 of my group. By 72, it was just me. I was not gonna die in a fucking swamp!
Coming on the convoy now! The boys matches Smithy's intel! Wood should be inside! Bring us alongside, Hudson! Damn it, they're taking fire! Shit, we're going down! Shut faces!
The first section of this mission was more of a tutorial level, but now we enter the level proper, as the American duo wrecks a whole fleet of on the Cubango River. There's even a crate chained up aboard the ship offering some flak jackets for the player. But what's interesting is that you need a perk to access it. Fittingly enough, the perk is called Access Kit. There's many of these like crates and ammo caches throughout Black Ops 2 that can only be opened if you have that perk selected. Opening them always gives you a tactical edge because they have all sorts of explosives, gadgets, and even protective suits and advanced weaponry. Fortunately, you start the game with it unlocked, but you can choose to swap it out for a different perk in the future since you're only limited to 3 perks per level, and you might want something different.
Woods, you in there, brother? Bodies are badly decomposed. These men have been dead for weeks. Woods. Frank? Frank! It's me. It's me, Mason. What did they do to him, Hudson? Get Woods to cover!
Bro is not in a good place right now, to put it lightly. It's time to get him home. But not before a gunship wrecks our ship. Stealth time. We are in deep, behind enemy lines in the rainforests of Angola. And through the trees we hear... Spanish? It's the Cubans, sent to support the MPLA. And we're completely surrounded. Here we see them training... African child soldiers. Yeesh. That's just too real, man. That is the unfortunate truth of a lot of these conflicts throughout Africa. The duo spots a radio tower, and Mason moves in to broadcast a message to request support.
Do not concern yourself with local politics. Prosta marionetka. Как ты? Tiene. Как сказано.
You're a dead man unless you do exactly as I say. Tune the radios.
You're going to kill me, see?
No one move or this fucker gets it!
El americano le está diciendo que no se mueva.
Shut up!
Él piensa que está en control, pero él no es.
I said shut up! Lower your weapon! I swear to God, I'll kill this bastard!
Los americanos no saben nada sobre la lealtad. Quizás nosotros deberíamos demostrar.
You son of a bitch! Hudson, we're moving! Get to the beach! Negative, we're on our own. Head for the river!
Turns out, this guy that Mason just picked a fight with is Raul Menendez. Mason, Hudson, and Woods make an escape on foot. You get to throw mortar shells, much like in World at War's final Japanese campaign level, and also leave animal traps to maim and slow down Cuban soldiers that give chase.
No. Fucking Russians. Damn it. No way out. What the? You thought I would leave you? Huh? Ready? Come!
Well, we got him, Mason.
Can't kill me. You can't kill me. Next to your old man. Put it all on the line for me. For honor, friendship. Yeah. It's just like you, kid.
I love this callback to the first game. Not only does Hudson get another cheesy sunglasses America moment.
Where?
Cuba. Well, we got him, Mason.
But Woods, he says the thing, man. He says the thing.
Okay.
You can't kill me!
It's at this point you can tell Treyarch is pretty self-aware of how goofy their Rambo-type, hyper-American, patriotic characters are. Now, I'm not saying they're bad characters, just that they fill a pretty fun and somewhat lightheartedly goofy stereotype that has come to exemplify Call of Duty as a whole. You know, the hyper-patriotic, super tactical soldier stereotype that we've come to know from all these Call of Duty games. All the characters are also really well written, just like in the first Black Ops, and once again, very well performed. I've always seen these classic Call of Duty games as summer blockbuster-inspired video games. It's like when you get tickets to go see the next big-budget action film, but instead, it's on your game console. First of all, these games have huge budgets, and second of all, they have renowned actors that fight in a globe-trotting adventure to take down evil. However, we'll come to see later that the characters in this game are a little more layered and more interesting than we've ever seen before. To be honest with you guys, Woods, Mason, and Hudson are truly fleshed out to be decently multi-layered in this game's story right here. It's kind of impressive. When I played through this story for the first time, I did not expect the writers to have so much sauce here and make me care so much about this cast. After each mission, you get a little summary on the story so far, including the results of each mission. This, at first, may not seem like much, but the story in this game is a little more complicated and has more depth than the usual Call of Duty campaign. We're going to be getting into this a lot more the further we go in this video.
That's how it started. Her old man tries to kill Menendez. Menendez wants payback, even if it takes decades. Menendez, back then, was a big fish in a small pond. He made his cake, running a drug cartel out of Nicaragua. It was a hand-me-down. The CIA smoked his old man. Old Cyclops is pretty pissed at America. While we're fucking around the Middle East, the Russians and the Chinese are getting real cozy. Now, the politicians, they want you to think this is about ideology. It's a lot of horse shit. Give me your phone. Go ahead. Rare earth elements. Whole fucking world runs on this shit. Who controls all of it? China. So while corporate America is kissing China's ass...
Now the mysterious Cordis Die social network has crowdsourced simultaneous protests in both Iran and North Korea. Never seen in public, who really is the leader of Cordis Die? He's known only as Odysseus.
Odysseus? My ass. Raul fucking Menendez. Asshole. I told JSOC, but they were too busy. See, the drone race had started. I mean, really, guys? You're gonna build an entire military based on a mineral element that's wholly controlled by China? I need a drink. Dipshit. No, give me a soda. Get it from the nurse's stash. None of that diet crap.
China's Premier Chen is outraged by Cordis Die's leaked memo, alleging the cyber attack was covertly ordered by the White House.
And through all the dirty shit the U.S. government's gotten away with, this time, they're innocent and no one fucking believes them. They take out Cordis Die's network 2 days later. The director of the FBI burned alive. Right now, 1 billion people believe that Raul Menendez is their savior. Guess what, boys? He's not. You better take him out pretty fucking quick. That shit's gonna happen.
Fast forward to 2025, current year. David Mason. After booting up the game, this game is quick to tell you that Alex Mason is dead, or at least gave his life fighting someone. I know, it's real sad. But how? Or why? That's not exactly clear. But it had to have happened when his son David was young, as we've seen in the, loading cinematic for the game. David ultimately joins the Navy SEALs when he's old enough and is now tasked with stopping the same man his father encountered in Angola nearly 40 years ago. And right off the bat, yeah, this technology is way more advanced than anything we're capable of right now. Magnetic gloves that stick to stone? Wingsuits? Well, I guess we have those, but not anything this advanced in military service. Meet the team. First, there's us, David. Then there's Harper, who at first I thought was a piece of garbage because of how he treated Old Man Woods in the first cutscene, but it turns out this is the best character in the entirety of the campaign, or at least the 2025 part. Bro is performed by Michael Rooker. It's crazy. He does such a good job. He's funny, he's charismatic, and you really do come to care about him.
Take the guy on the right. Other one's mine. Yeah, thanks for nothing. We're clear. Move up.
Then there's Salazar, who's also a great character, but he's not Harper. So he's not the best, but he does have his moments. He is just not funny like Harper is. I tell you, when it comes to these war games, the best characters are always going to be the funny ones. Unless they're over the top too funny. There's got to be a nice balance, and Harper nails it. Then there's Default Soldier Guy number 14. Mask, goggles, and all. Our mission: infiltrate a secluded mountain temple in Myanmar, surrounded by Raul Menendez's goons. And it's here we see some of them fiddling with active camouflage suits.
Come in. Enemy is preparing to leave location. Advise.
We need firm intel on their capabilities. You are clear to engage.
intersection. You seen this?
Yeah. Be ready to move on my kill. An EMP grenade will fry their cloaking systems.
These invisible enemies, awesome. Call of Duty's campaign gameplay tends to get kinda stale pretty fast, especially if you play multiple of them in a row. But now, there's a lot of enemy variety, and these invisible guys, they look awesome, but make the game even more challenging. You can prioritize disabling their camo using your limited EMP grenades, or battle against the monsoon weather to try and snipe them when you can barely see them. I love this variety. And sadly, it doesn't live up to its full potential. There is an optic you can put on your gun that stupidly highlights them with a big red diamond. It's so lame. It's unbelievably lame. It just ruins the challenge. I recommend not using it at all, since it makes the game a lot less fun. It's obvious Menendez's PMC soldiers are quite advanced. They've invested quite a lot into advanced weaponry and automated systems. Across their compound are automated turrets and various drones, some of which you can even hack and take control of. Speaking of drones, we fight another new enemy in this level, ASDs, automated ground vehicles that possess burst cannons and rocket launchers. Already in the second mission, we have 3 new enemies to fight, alongside these sentry guns that you'll see posted up randomly throughout the game. This takes the COD formula and spices it up a ton. And if you bring the access kit, you too can wear an invisibility suit, though it doesn't really work. It's more for kind of aesthetic. Your enemies are not fooled by it at all. Here, we find a shred of evidence the Cuban mercs failed to erase. A single scientist who worked alongside Menendez.
Don't hurt me! Okay, come on out! This lab is linked to a known terrorist. You start talking or I will hurt you.
My name is Eric Briner. I'm a magnetometrist.
Yeah? And what is, Menendez's interest in you, buddy?
They brought me here to process the Solarium. It's a new, rare earth element that will render all existing microchip technologies obsolete.
They're coming. Get me out of here alive. I'll give you everything. Fabrication tech. Weapons, components, armor. Menendez is arming himself for war.
This way. The locking mechanism requires 2 operators. On your go. Follow me. Quantum entanglement. This single device has more processing power than your entire military infrastructure. Rumors around the lab were that Menendez plans to use it as a basis for a massive cyber attack. I heard talk of something called Karma. It may be the name for the cyber weapon. If Menendez uses a Solarium world to initiate an attack, there will be nothing anyone can do to stop it. Stop it.
A cyber weapon. Drones. What is Menendez up to? This intrigue makes up for an engaging plot, but it also builds a strangely accurate, yet inaccurate prediction of what our 2025 would actually become. Drones are a huge factor of Black Ops 2's gameplay and plot. Multiplayer kill streaks feature these drones in multiple flavors. Both our JSOC team and the Americans, as well as Menendez's Merc army alike, employ drones throughout the campaign. And so do a bunch of the other enemy factions that we'll be encountering later. Treyarc was intent on a future that made use of tons of remotely controlled or unmanned weapons. This brings me to Ukraine in our 2025. In our reality, drones have become a massive part of armed conflict. As Russia's invasion ground to a halt in the face of stiff Ukrainian resistance, a sort of static attrition warfare akin to the trenches of World War I overtook the battlefield. FPV drones became a massive new part of warfare, alongside hacking and cyber warfare. These drones have been used by both sides to knock out tanks, infrastructure, industry, and recently, roughly a third of Russia's strategic bomber fleet in a daring operation last spring. What makes these drones so viable? Why are warring powers, even outside of the Ukraine conflict, using them so frequently? Well, it's because these drones are incredibly affordable considering the high cost of damage they can incur. Straight up hobby drones are strapped with makeshift munitions and explosives to maim and destroy. So, if you or I could buy these little drones and quadcopters, whole militaries can afford these by the thousands. So the game's focus on drones is quite accurate to reality, and so is the central plot focused on a cyber weapon, one that, at this point, is mostly unknown. But it's one that could theoretically compromise the entire United States defense network. This is also mostly true, but Celerium isn't real. In-game, it's a fictional rare earth metal that can enable quantum computing, a form of computation that is theorized but not currently widespread or effective in reality. As for the drones, they're not totally accurate to reality either. Many different types of robots and unmanned weapons in-game are far more advanced than the ones that we currently possess. Mostly, drones in our reality are used for missile strikes, reconnaissance, and kamikaze attacks. In Call of Duty, they're far more intelligent. They serve as small armored units, like the Claws, for example, and even quadcopters with mounted machine guns. I'm sure someday we will make advancements to have similar weapons, but not this year. Another thing, YouTube and Twitter do still exist, but in the game's universe, when the US government shuts down Cordis Die's Twitter page, Twitter is still branded as Twitter and not as X, and it also uses the old logo. YouTube still uses its old logo as well. Also, suffice to say, cloaking technology doesn't really exist, and many of the weapons, while cool, are either fictional or not currently in service. We'll get more to this later.
Center, your team can stand out.
It's Briggs! Stand out! It's the extraction team! Boy, are you a sight for sore eyes.
I guess we can call this mission accomplished.
Admiral Briggs, good to see you.
You too, Sergeant.
Whatever Menendez is planning, Celerium is the key to it.
He finally got one over this cocksucker.
He's just a man, Admiral. He'd like you to think he's something more. But he ain't nothing but a sad, old, pitiful excuse of a man.
The SEALs escape the facility to link up with Admiral Briggs. He's in charge of our unit and carrier battle group, the flagship of which is the USS Obama. Oh man, we don't have a ship named after Obama in our world, so this is kind of funny to me. I also find it a little surprising. Why would we name an aircraft carrier after a former president who is still alive and one who has only been president 13 years prior? It seems a little goofy. I know what they were going for here. They wanted to kind of make a nod to the fact it's the future, because we do have a lot of aircraft carriers and warships named after former leaders and politicians. But speaking of politicians, the president is a woman. Not even close to accurate. In America, we have still yet to have a woman president in our 2025. We've come close twice, but not quite there yet.
I can't figure out Menendez without getting inside his fucking head. Salazar, you grew up in Nicaragua during his rise to power. You know his legends better than anyone. Tell me, why does he hate us so much?
Tu primera guerra fría. As a boy, he witnessed the country's rape and murder his people. In 1972, there was a colossal earthquake. His family lost everything. A year later, the only thing he ever loved, his sister Josefina, was crippled in a fire. Raul and his father started over, sold drugs for easy money. They became rich, powerful legends of Managua. The Menendez cartel was all but untouchable, so the CIA took out Raul's father in a US-sanctioned assassination.
Right, so now Menendez fucking hated America and started running guns in Afghanistan for his own private army. CIA got wind of it, went on the hunt for him in Kabul. That was the photo Wood showed us in the vault, remember?
See that handsome bastard? That's me. The ugly one's your father. After Nam. The numbers and all that, I mean, he was one dangerous son of a bitch.
Flashback to 1978. Afghanistan, America's favorite career path. A widely unpopular new communist government came to power in Afghanistan after a military coup, which instantly sparked resistance. As the government's power came under threat by its own populace, the Soviet Union invaded the country to help prop up this new communist state. A violent guerrilla war ensued between the Soviet army and the rebels. These rebels are known as the Mujahideen. It's important to note that Soviet power was waning during the 80s, as the nation itself saw economic stagnation, and America intended to exploit this weakness. They began funding and arming the Mujahideen. The United States donated thousands of Stinger missile launchers, which proved highly effective in nullifying Soviet air dominance, turning scores of Soviet helicopters into burning heaps of rubble.
It's showtime, Mason!
What'd you see, Woods?
Sand. Sand and more fucking sand. Hudson's contact's on his way.
You reckon we can trust the Chinese?
We can't hear him. They've been supporting the Mujahideen same as us. They know if Russia was in Afghanistan, they'd be looking at China next.
No one likes the Russians, huh?
You know me. I don't like anyone. You might want to get your head down.
Take it easy, Sal! Deliver the weapons. Now, what about your end of the deal?
I will take you to the leader of the Mujahideen. He can help you find Raul Menendez. We have fresh horses. You will follow.
Oh, shit. Let's do it.
It's 1986 now. Mason and Woods met up with Chinese agents led by Tian Zhao, who were sent to assist the Mujahideen against the Soviets. Wait, China's communist. The Soviet Union is communist. What is China doing supporting the USSR's enemies, both in Angola and now in Afghanistan? It's not really well known by the public, but the Soviets and Chinese were not buddy-buddy. The two countries saw a huge political and strategic split that only grew as the Cold War went on.
Here they are now. Rahman, this is Woods, and Mason, my two best men.
We need weapons, not soldiers.
This should be good.
Just so we're clear, we hold off the Russian attack, you give us what you have on Menendez.
Our base is here. Any advance will come through one of the narrow passes leading into the valley.
I know this. Our men defend these mountains.
Our weapons will give them an edge.
That's a bullshit plan. You're talking about the Russian army here. They come at you with brute force, which means strength in numbers and heavy armor. Are your men ready for that?
They have no experience with the weaponry we brought.
And we do. We belong on the front line.
The Russian assault has begun. Yalla! Yalla, Borobirun!
You have faith in your plans, America.
Faves out.
Let's rock it.
We're here to learn of Menendez's involvement in arms sales in Afghanistan. His family's ties in the narcotics industry in Nicaragua had set him up into a renowned arms dealer. In exchange for information on Raul's whereabouts, Mullah Rahman, the leader of the group of rebels, needs your help before he can give you the information you need. The mission has you riding a horse around, running errands throughout this large valley in the deserts of East Afghanistan. Scattered throughout the valley are dozens of Stinger missile launchers that we use to knock out BMPs, tanks, and even choppers, reflecting the prevalence of Stingers in Afghanistan in our own reality. While much of this level is pretty accurate, even the Soviet desert khaki uniforms are pretty on par, the ending with the Soviet super tank is total ridiculous fiction. Not only did the Soviet super tank never exist, because, I mean, look at it. It's a manufacturing nightmare that guzzles fuel and needs constant maintenance. Also, it's got 2 barrels, which a 2-barrel tank is just nonsensical. But also because we do a final head-on charge straight at the enemy and somehow come out on top. I've never seen a cavalry charge straight at an armored spearhead work in reality, but either way, we survive.
Kravchenko. Piece of shit. Of course he's involved in all this.
Kravchenko must die.
Couple times, I saw the tick. And I get that look in his eyes, he's scanning the room. Next thing you know, he's talking to the Russian. Fucking Reznov. Good old Tricky Vic.
Kravchenko? Yeah, he survived the blast from the first game alongside Woods. So, I guess it's possible, but bro was wearing a vest of grenades. Like, I could see Woods getting out of the explosion, but how did this dude make it? Well, he died off screen, so for all we know, magic could have saved him. But, I don't know, maybe he, like... I actually was trying to come up with an explanation on the spot. I'm doing this not from the script. I have no idea how he lived. Anyway, seeing the Russian again sends Mason back into his schizophrenic numbers hallucinations from the first game, which is a pretty cool callback. The CIA then captures and interrogates Kravchenko, and since you're Mason, you have to kill him. You've been programmed to by Reznov, so yeah. The game has you button mashing to resist the urge to shoot him, and if you fail, you straight up kill him.
That doesn't sound too Soviet of you, brother. The Soviet Union is dying.
No game over state. Interesting. So you can either hear his whole story, or just let the numbers take over and shoot him early. This is new for Call of Duty. Typically, if you fail a button mash, it's like, oh haha, I guess you lost the level. Sorry, champ. But here, you can either hear him out, or just kill him.
Menendez wants to see a little bird.
But that's not gonna happen.
He's more powerful than you know. He even has people in the CIA.
Bullshit! This guy's fucking with us.
The fuck are you doing?
Menendez told me you must suffer.
You face piece of shit. We help you fight the Russians on your side.
No. No, you are and always will be our true enemy. Without water and shelter, you may last a day. If you are strong,
So, in a desert buried, to hear, no
Who does your father think rides up on a horse to save us?
Tricky Vic.
Yeah, see? You're just like your old man. No, it wasn't him.
That's not.
Come on, if you think it was him, don't you think he would have stuck around for a bit, huh? Maybe explain some shit?
And then Reznov returns, but he doesn't have any dialogue. It's a little sad. I kind of wish Gary Oldman came back to voice a little scene here with Mason. It would have been pretty cool if he had a final goodbye with Mason in the desert. Maybe a monologue or some sort of speech. Or maybe the two of them just chatted it up while the rest of the gang was out cold. After this cutscene ended without him saying a word, I remember thinking that it would have been really cool if we got to actually speak to him. Regardless, it's cool to see him mentioned here. Let's carry on with the story. Black Ops 2 brings a lot of new features to the table, and this is one of my favorites. Strike Force missions.
Leader of China's military, the head of the SDC coalition's armed forces.
There are 5 of these in the campaign, and they're played out across multiple multiplayer arenas, as well as a recycled story level. You play as David Mason, and get to control and command squads of soldiers, drones, and turrets to accomplish objectives. Not only do you control them from a top-down map view, you can even assume control of each of these units directly. These missions, while they're kind of like a side mode, maybe kind of like a distraction, they're pretty awesome. First of all, they do a really good job of letting you know what's going on across the world. They all start with these cutscenes where they feature David Mason and Briggs instructing some SEALs on the mission. And I didn't mention this earlier, I totally forgot to, but Briggs has a catchphrase. Yeah, he says this probably like 82 times in the game. So why are these levels cool? Why do I like these? Well, they actually get you thinking about strategy, and they have you jumping through hoops to micromanage all of your men and robots to hold out against waves of enemy soldiers. And by enemy soldiers, some of them are the Chinese. Yup. The SDC, a Chinese military faction, is out of control in the region. The Chinese government is unable to stop Tian Zhao from launching attacks on their neighbors. He's sort of operating independently without their approval. And here, at FOB Spectre, quick aside, that's a pretty cool name for an army base, Call of Duty. The Chinese are attempting to breach the Indian border defenses. This is a little bit of an interesting setup. Both India and China clash over this disputed border in reality, and here, it's our job to help bail out India in this border dispute. Of the 5 Strike Force missions, this one is the hardest by far. The enemies drop straight down on top of you, and your NPC companions are dumber than rocks as they basically get themselves killed. I had to practically solo the entire Chinese army with nothing but my M8 and a rocket launcher. Enemy claws and ASDs and swarms of quadcopters. I was about to say quadcopters. Quadcopters. Bro, I got COD brain rot on the brain, I'm sorry. Anyway, enemy claws and ASDs and swarms of quadcopters just chew up everything you care about. Your allied squad mates get straight cheesed over and over as you beg for reinforcements to finally arrive. I found the best way to survive this mission is to just hold on to the 3 objectives as long as physically possible. You will not be able to defend more than one of them, and when 2 of them fall, you just gotta retreat to the center facility as quickly as you can. Your claw and turrets will get destroyed pretty much like that, so what you're gonna want to do is just control a soldier or maybe even the claw to just buy time. You will get overwhelmed, especially on veteran difficulty, since the enemies can kill you in like half a second. Once they open the core of the facility, follow my lead. Position each of your squads, because you have 2 of them, 1 of each of them in each of the 2 upstairs windows, and keep them hidden. Enemy infantry will plant EMP devices on the ground floor that click down on a timer before destroying the facility and sending you to the game over screen. And with these Strike Force missions, you cannot afford to fail more than like 3 to 5 times. I forget, but you have a limited amount of attempts before you're just a loser and you fail. And you don't want to fail these. I'm telling you, you'll see why. Don't fear. There's a cheesy exploit I found here. Whenever the SDC begin planting an EMP device, just peek out a window or jump down and shoot it with one of your 10 soldiers. This will prompt them to place another. When they do that, it resets the EMP timer completely. Ignore the claws, they have too much health, just aim for the infantry, quadcopters, and prioritize those EMP devices. Just jump down and shoot them. You will probably lose your guy, but you have 9 other guys in the windows. And if one of the windows doesn't have a good angle on the EMP device, just switch and assume control of a soldier in the other window. It's freaking genius. Like, enemies do not come up here. Maybe 1 or 2 will make their way up here, but your whole squads of men will be able to handle them. Follow my lead and boom. Easy but tedious win. With the Chinese defeated by the Navy SEALs Camper Division, India is saved from SDC influence. And further Strike Force missions come up throughout the campaign. They're entirely optional, but you will get rewarded nicely if you complete them all victoriously.
What took you so long? Oh! So the boss is back in town. Now go get that fuck Menendez. He blames your dad for killing his sister. He also blames Woods. And now he's coming for you. Dude, I think Menendez is going down.
I keep seeing these flashes. The night my father died when I was a kid. Why now?
Oh, fuck it. I just didn't hit you hard enough.
All right, look, Woods gave us all the pieces. We just gotta put them together.
Menendez was in Nicaragua. Got that from Kravchenko. He's being offered up on a silver platter by the old pineapple face himself, Manuel Noriega. One of the perks of being the president of Panama is that you get to use the army as your own private police force. So, CIA, in their infinite wisdom, they sign off on the deal. The White House, they cut a check for $1 million and everybody takes a victory lap. And off we go to the jungle. What we did in Nicaragua, that was an accident. We don't target civilians.
Back in time once more to 1986. The US government has authorized a raid on Menendez's cartel at his compound in Nicaragua. I guess this operation is off the books because only Woods, Mason, and Hudson are sent in from the American side. But they have some help. Enter a new historical figure, Manuel Noriega, leader of the Panamanian Defense Force, or PDF. He was also the de facto leader of the whole country. The US has enlisted the help of the PDF and paid off Noriega to lead the raid on Menendez with the CIA in tow. This is interesting because Noriega was actually an ally of the United States. He allowed the Americans to keep control of the Panama Canal and staged troops along canal bases. He also rejected Soviet influence in the region and was a paid CIA informant. But despite being a corrupt dictator himself, with connections to narcotics trafficking, as well as the assassination of political rivals, he developed strong ties with the Americans. The DEA overlooked his drug connections and gave him very special treatment. Could he have been employed for this attack? Sure, but a PDF assault on Nicaraguan soil is ridiculous and never happened in our reality. It's purely fictional for the game to set up the character for his return later in the story, which is strange. Why use the Panamanians here? Why use Noriega? Why even include this infamous historical figure at all? Well, it's an interesting creative decision.
Intel checks out. It's Raul Menendez.
I told you he would be here.
Your men ready to move?
As soon as I give the order.
Give it.
Once.
Let's not fuck around here, boys. Let's smoke this bastard.
That's not the mission, Woods. We take him alive.
más que el armiño, risueño niño, Dios del amor. Duerme tranquilo, duerme entre tanto, eleva el canto.
¿Cuántas veces te lo tengo que decir que no me moleste? ¿Qué carajo? Si tocas a mi hermana, te lo juro que te mato. ¡Josefina! Este es un monstruo. ¡Animal! ¡Dios mío! ¡Quítenlo! ¡Está loca de remate! ¡Denme un sedante! ¡Téngalo quieto! ¡Rápido! ¡Josefina!
¿Lo sacaron sin que lo vieran?
Sí, nos tomó 4 para restringirlo.
No witnesses. Saved your life. You should be in American hands by now. Call it a favor.
The twist! Noriega saved Menendez's life against American orders. Now, we play as Raul Menendez, going on an absolute crash out. Machetes, shotguns and all. And when I was a kid, I had an opinion on this part of the game. And as an adult, I have the same opinion. This section is incredibly silly. You can take stupid amounts of damage from high caliber rifles and just keep running unperturbed, chopping down legions of PDF soldiers alongside your own henchmen. And Raul needs to rescue his sister. Much of his family had already been taken from him by the Americans. His sister, as well, was horribly maimed and disfigured in a fire. Except the fire was started by the American owner of their barn to collect $11,000 in insurance money. Images of her face before its horrific disfigurement show up on screen during Menendez's postal freakout. It's a little bit over the top and pretty goofy. Again, I want to bring it back to this. I know Raul Menendez is kind of like a badass, but how is he fighting 7,000 soldiers single-handedly? It is just like, Call of Duty's always been a little silly, but this is peak goober activity right here. However, this little part of the level does a very good job of establishing the character's motivations. And it also revealed Noriega is not to be trusted, which I suppose lines up with his criminal background in reality. But like I said, it's really over the top and very unrealistic. But it's still fun. I gotta say that, like, the gameplay's fun, you know? Well, I mean, it's fun when you're not hearing Menendez scream every time you hit the sprint button. It's kind of a little much.
Estoy aquí, Josefina! Estoy aquí!
Menendez's sister Josefina died in the blast? Who threw the grenade?
I had no idea she was there, David. I just saw Menendez and I lost my shit.
Frank, you don't lose your shit. What the fuck did Menendez do to you in Angola?
Menendez, he wanted to know what the CIA had on him. Tortured my men in front of me. Thought I'd break. One, I watched my team die, then he dumped us in a tin can and locked the door. Left me in there for weeks. So yeah, Next time I saw Menendez, I lost my shit. What the fuck would you do?
Now we cut to Mason and his team. This time, we fight on the opposite end of the battlefield. Our PDF allies strike down civilians and cartel soldiers alike. And ew, what are these iron sights? Ew, dude, what the mounted M2 Browning machine guns have the most butchered iron sights I've ever seen, bro. What is this? So a cool detail here. You can see Menendez walking towards the barn that you actually walked into when you played as him earlier.
No, can't be. What? Fucking Noriega! His men were supposed to secure Menendez. Menendez! What? Frank! You need to get your shit together now. It's not! This isn't the way. We're on mission. He's headed to the house. We'll get him, but we do it as a team. Come on. Main building up ahead!
There's no one Woods hates more than Menendez. Those weeks spent locked in a container surrounded by your dead brothers have clearly driven him into this rage. This adds a whole new layer to his character and explores combat-related PTSD a little bit. Hudson worries about his mental state, hoping it doesn't jeopardize the mission.
Coke Lab's in the basement. Clear it out. Grab any intel relating to the Menendez cartel.
If you capture him, you bring him to me. Make that prick talk.
You have your orders, Sergeant. Mason. Keep an eye on Woods. Seeing Menendez again, he's losing it.
It's okay, Hudson. I got his back.
Mason and Woods enter the basement as the cartel is burning all the evidence scattered throughout the downstairs facility. Woods then starts speeding up, charging headfirst through the chaos, until you reach Menendez.
Woods, no!
Frank, you okay?
Get him out of here.
What happened, Hudson? Where's Menendez?
That's him, in the body bag. From this point on, the day never happened.
The Panamanians bag Menendez, as well as his deceased sister, and the operation, though butchered, seems to be a success. Except there's like a whole 2/3 of a game left, so you know where this is going.
We let the PDF walk off with the body, and now he's back. He's pretty pissed off, too.
I sure can't kill my old man. Somebody already beat him to it a long time ago. But he could have killed you. So why are you still alive, Frank?
Now it begins.
Done talking. We'll find that maniac.
Back to 2025 for a recap. Menendez possesses a Celerium-driven computer virus, a cyber superweapon of sorts. His army possesses advanced drones that pose a threat to the United States and their allies. David and his team redeployed to Pakistan.
Known only as DeFalco, our undercover operative shot this off of Socotra Island, Yemen. Fareed.
Thank you, Admiral. DeFalco is Menendez's number 2. The concept of empathy is understood by him, but irrelevant.
A whisper drone captured this 2 days ago at an abandoned prison in Lahore, Pakistan.
We lost contact with a reconnaissance drone over Pakistan just last week.
Wait a minute. The scientists we captured at Myanmar told us Menendez is using Celerium to develop a cyber weapon called Karma. What if it's Karma taking out our drones?
You know what? This DeFalco guy could be fairly entertaining.
Fairly?
What do you say we blow off a little steam, huh? Throw a few punches first? Ooh.
You got it.
Come on, go suffer with me.
What did you just say? Come suffer what? These flashes I'm getting. Die. I know I was kidnapped the night my father died, but I could never see. It was Menendez. Did he kill my father? Okay, look, you know Woods raised me after my father died, right? But Woods always told me it was just some nut who did it, some drifter. What the hell's going on?
You suffer with me for all the sins of those who came before you. Dale duro, nene.
Why didn't Woods tell me?
Woods, Hudson, they created this. For Josefina. Tonight your father will die.
Bioside got us pinned down! Come on, we need this thing up and running today!
I'm trying!
Your GCM must be stuck!
They're closing in!
There! I'm struck!
All units are active! Weapon systems online!
Rogue Pakistani special forces are working with Menendez somewhere in the region. How does Menendez maintain all this power? And what is this thing we keep hearing about? Cordis Die. It's come up from time to time in the game. But to summarize, Cordis Die is a revolutionary movement followed by over 1 billion people worldwide across social media. It's been embraced by the downtrodden, the lower 99%. Its anonymous leader, Odysseus, rallies the average citizens that are crushed and left behind by the financial and political elite. It's threatened to upset the status quo since its inception in 2014. We see in this game a 2025 ravaged by political corruption, financial instability, poverty, and widespread frustration and pessimism, as well as a loss of trust in leadership. Couldn't be our 2025. Right, guys? Right? Raul Menendez is Odysseus, the anonymous leader of Cordis Die. Raul has also manipulated his massive wealth earned from arms trading and narcotics trafficking to enlist a private army of well-trained mercenaries, most of which are from Cuba. These are the mercs we fought in the Celerium mission. As you can see, America must maintain the status quo and both crush Menendez and his Cordis Die with him to avert catastrophe. Guys, are we the bad guys? Like, I know Menendez is pretty evil, but this Cordis Die thing, I mean, they got some pretty realistic motivations. Black Ops 2 does a pretty good job of painting all of its story in a moral gray. Obviously, you're playing as the Americans, so there's gonna be a bit of bias towards the American side, but they do paint America's government in not a good light in this game. They also kind of did in Black Ops, showing the more infamous sides of American political history, including MKUltra, CIA black sites, and all sorts of torture and more. But in this game, we see a lot more of it. The Cold War saw corruption and atrocities from both superpowers. And here, we're beginning to see the consequences of all the destruction that was caused post-World War II. So, here's the interesting thing about Black Ops 2 to me. It's that Menendez is obviously an evil guy. He's a murderer and a pretty terrible person as shown through the game. He's a bit of a psychopath with a hell of a vengeance complex. The thing is, his motivations make sense, you know, and he's probably the best villain Call of Duty has had. Not only is he terrifying, he's understandable, and so is his movement with Cordis Die and its opposition to the status quo, which in our reality, which has been pretty disappointing to a lot of people. A lot of folks even relate to this Cordis Die movement, and one thing that's really interesting is to promote Black Ops 2, Activision set up a fake Cordis Die YouTube channel, much like how there is one in the video game. And weirdly enough, as we're seeing a lot of people relating to Cordis Die on social media, a lot of folks there's even like a fan account for Cordis Die where people are actually kind of agreeing with it, and it's starting to blend the lines between the game and real life news. It's posting real events and talking about them as if Cordis Die is real. It's really crazy stuff. It's really trippy. But now Activision has posted a second video very recently on the Cordis Die YouTube channel to promote Black Ops 7, because Menendez, whether alive or dead, he's coming back into the story. Back to the campaign itself, this level in Pakistan is one of my favorites in the entire game. The flooded grocery store is visually apocalyptic and surreal. I do love a good rainstorm level. There was that one in Battlefield 4, which was really cool. It was very surreal. And then there was the second level in this game. A monsoon is just so moody, like a really torrential downpour and floods. Man, those, they set the mood. And in this level, it's pretty trippy, as we're waist high in water sneaking through a flooded supermarket. The team pushes up the flooded streets as automated drone copters gun down looters without mercy. As we approach Menendez, we can listen in on his conversation as he meets with his second-in-command and an ISI leader. We can eavesdrop on their conversation using some high-tech gizmo mounted to our wrist and dodge drone spotlights. I love this part. Not because it's notably fun or anything, but because a failure state, once again, doesn't end the game. I know, right? Call of Duty with an open, multi-ended narrative?
Your help will ensure the complacency of the Imperialists comes to an end.
They're moving out of range. Can't get a clear signal.
Of course. The Americans are always watching me.
They know even less than they think they do. I think the central computer is not a simple task. A series of security barriers are directly linked to the unit's self-destruct mechanism.
Such things are not a concern. The meeting on June 17th will resolve any remaining barriers to our success.
That's actually kind of cool, and it makes for an interesting twist for a story mode that, up to this point, has been rather run-of-the-mill, run from point A to point B to get the story completed. If you do listen to the whole conversation, it does affect the story. If not, you miss out on crucial details that assist you in a later Strike Force mission.
At one point in time, CIA had interrogation rooms like this all over the world. All of them was geared towards some sort of psychological manipulation. God knows the kind of shit that went down back then.
There's an Easter egg in this level that calls back to Call of Duty Black Ops. The whole main menu interrogation room is recreated in this room next to the hangar. If you walk to the chair and look back from its perspective towards the TV, it gives you some huge deja vu.
They should be right above us.
Okay, let's try this again.
Of course. Not only am I aware of the infiltration, I engineered it.
God damn! He's onto a section! Look out! Grenade!
Menendez planned for us to be spying on him, and somehow, he even predicted our exact movements. It was all an elaborate trap. Time for a getaway. The Pakistani forces are all over us. Salazar assembles an escape route using some sci-fi jeeps and a drone. You just need to hold off the enemy for long enough for him to reach you. The two claws from earlier are now available for your control. And finally, rescue arrives. The mission ends with a speedy getaway. It's kind of like the snowmobile escape in Modern Warfare 2, but with a twist. You alternate control between the drone and your own vehicle, until you make a jump where you can decide to control either the drone or the Jeep. AI will take control of the other unit you don't choose, so I recommend picking the drone. It's far easier to work with, especially on veteran, because the Jeep has less health than a block of cheese in a rat cage, and the AI survives better on its own when it's driving the Jeep. The drone ends up colliding with a chopper whether you're controlling it or not, and the final leg of the journey is made back in the Jeep. A chain reaction of explosions starts on the pipeline, bursting a pipe that jets flames into your path of travel. This obstacle offers a cool little detail. If you manage to dodge the flames, all is well. If not, Harper in the back seat gets severely burned, and his face for the rest of the game will be scarred from the fire. I swear, man, like, someone nerf old Treyarch. This detail did not have to be included, but they did it anyway. Aw, dang it. It's the Chinese. They beat our rescue to the extraction.
Take it easy.
Forces should not be in Pakistan.
Tian Zhao, he fought alongside my father in Afghanistan. We have no quarrel with China, General Zhao. Our only interest in Pakistan is Raul Menendez.
Then we have something in common.
But know this, American. If you are really here for Raul Menendez, I have no need to kill you.
Oh. Okay. Seems reasonable. Have a good day, guys. Chronologically, 2 more strike missions are next. I have to say, this far into the game, these levels excited me a lot more than they should have. The main plot is really interesting, but having these little side quests are really cool. And it's even cooler that you don't have to play as any named characters, but as a unit trying to solve a puzzle. But they're still an important part of the plot. The next one is Shipwreck, which takes place on a multiplayer map. It takes place in Singapore, where Chinese missiles are being loaded on a ship to be fired at Iran to force them to join the SDC coalition. I don't know how that would make them join the coalition. Same with China and India. I don't know how invading the Indian border would make India side with them. I don't understand. It doesn't really make that much sense, but we're going to go along with it. Wait a minute. Why do the Chinese soldiers look different? Come to think of it, in Fob Spectre, they were wearing the red camo that Menendez's PMCs wear, and they were speaking Spanish. And I'm no language expert, but Spanish sounds a lot different than Chinese, or Mandarin, I should say. Okay, I googled it. So apparently the Cubans were accidentally used instead of the Chinese. They're supposed to canonically be the SDC soldiers and Fob Spectre, but they accidentally used the Cuban military contractors. So that's an oopsie. I don't know how that passed through QA. I don't know how no one noticed that the Chinese soldiers were speaking Spanish, but I mean, it's whatever. It's still a fun game. It's kind of goofy though. I saw one speculation that maybe Raul Menendez had to send his PMCs to supplement the SDC. Maybe the SDC already, well, I mean, it's said that they attacked earlier, so perhaps they failed their mission and needed backup, and Raul Menendez may have, like, stepped up. I'm gonna leave that up to you. Go crazy. Shipwrecked is kind of like Domination from multiplayer. You have to plant an EMP at the 3 points across the map using your infantry and drones. Then you're awarded with Iran joining America's side. Wait, Iran and America working together? Bro, what timeline is this, dude? I guess they're not technically allies. In fact, it's more that Iran won't join the SDC and will instead assist the Americans against Menendez. Next is another Strike Force mission. IED. In Afghanistan, militants equipped by Menendez are trying to take out the Afghan president and other Afghan and Russian VIPs in a convoy. You have an army of drones at your disposal, as well as a high-altitude missile launcher. This is the only mission where you don't play as a soldier at all. It is entirely drone-based, which offers a cool mix-up to the gameplay. But wow, do escort missions never work in any games. These trucks have got to be the slowest ones ever invented. This gets so stale, babysitting them, for like 15 minutes straight. and at some points they'll just get stuck and not proceed unless you go back to them. So don't go way too ahead of them or they'll just stop completely. If you succeed the mission, Afghanistan joins up with America in its quest to stop Menendez. Wait, Afghan president? In the early 2020s, in our reality, Afghanistan was overthrown by a totalitarian regime after America pulled their forces out of the country, in what is perhaps one of the most controversial and also botched pullouts of all time. This is, of course, aside from the one that led to your conception. Anyway, this is an interesting departure from reality. I suppose we didn't even contemplate a United States pullout in the 2010s, or that the country would fall so quickly. We continue the 2025 timeline with what is perhaps my favorite level in the entire game, Karma.
China would pay billions to get their hands on this drone.
Good karma.
The cyber weapon.
Wait, there. Right there. You see that? Cross-reference image with active U.S. corporate logos.
No matches.
Cross-reference worldwide.
Wait a minute. It's Colossus. Karma weapons on a floating city.
That's how they got so close to the mainland. Salazar, prep a covert response team ready to go in 60 minutes. Inform Admiral Briggs. We're getting really close to Menendez. To get the upper hand, I've got to get some answers from the horse's mouth. I'm going to see Woods at the vault. First things first. Karma.
Icarus 9, you're clear for landing on deck 7. Maintain current heading, all looks good.
Copy that. Icarus 9 beginning descent.
Comms are open, 3. We're all listening.
Okay. The ID bands identify you as Union inspectors. You'll have access to most areas, except the one you actually want. Central Records computer is subject to increased security. Access is only permitted via retina scan. That's where Ziggy comes in.
In short, the CRC's our best shot at locating Karma before the Falcons peak. 3, did you manage to access the personnel files?
Not yet. The encryption is very complicated.
You're smart. I have faith in you. Section out.
So this is how the 1% live.
You know, if this wasn't an op, I believe I'd give myself a little hot chick action here. ASDs. I think they're expecting trouble.
It's the richest city in the world.
This is Colossus, a tropical getaway in the middle of the Caribbean south of Cuba and the Cayman Islands. A playground for the richest in society. JSOC sends David, Harper, and Salazar, briefed by Farid, to infiltrate the floating resort and find what Menendez is up to here. We know that he, or someone sent by him, or something he's interested in, is here, but we don't quite know what it is yet. What's interesting is, in this 2025, the super wealthy use commercial VTOL dropships instead of typical private jets. Nothing even close to these exists in our world. The team passed through the contraband scanners using shielded containers before running into some AI-generated billboards of the sort that superimpose your face onto advertisements.
What is this?
It's an automated system. It's triggered by your biometric ID.
We're all going to hell, man.
24 hours.
Salazar is clearly paranoid of this technology, and who can blame him, honestly? This stuff is scary. Harvesting your facial features to sell you stuff you don't need? Creepy. But actually, we already have the means to make these advertisements possible, thanks to AI and the horrors of deepfake technology.
No wonder Menendez rallies so much support.
Ain't that the truth, Salazar? Can't blame a man who has a disdain for the greedy.
How you doing, beautiful?
Excuse you, creep.
Hey, you shouldn't be in here.
We have Union IDs.
Okay, section, I'm in.
Go ahead.
Colossus recently employed private military contractors to augment its regular security team. All ex-Cuban militia.
No shit, we just ran into some of them.
We've made contact with Cuban mercs and deploy Ziggy, a little spider drone with a taser mounted to its face. I don't think this type of drone exists, you know, at least that we know of, but this flexible screen kinda checks out. We already have bendable displays in cell phones and tablets in our reality, but commercially available, we don't have one that can roll out like this.
Wait, what are they doing?
Planting explosives.
This short drone section is dizzying as you leap across pipes and defy gravity. But the fun's over because we've been compromised.
What do we have here?
Ready?
Enemigo atravesando la puerta! ¡Granada! Go! ¡Cúbrense!
Placing the uplink. You sure this will work for Reed?
I thought you had faith in me.
Search security camera image database. Text recognition. Karma. There. Karma isn't a weapon. It's a woman.
Chloe Lynch, former employee of Tacitus, recently resigned.
Now we know her name. We can track her location on the ship.
Interesting twist. I thought for sure Karma was a virus or weapon or something, as Menendez would probably name a revenge weapon meant for the United States after what he believed was coming to America for killing his family.
Harper, Karma is not a weapon. She's a girl. I'm sending you her picture now.
Hey! That's the chick I saw in the elevator!
She's in Club Solar, but you better make it there fast. The PMCs are moving on her right now.
I'm on it.
Adrenaline, the iconic multiplayer theme, is unleashed as we fight through the lower levels of Colossus with silenced weapons. To the nightclub! But we're not here to party just yet. Right when we track down Harper...
Leave now, Chloe! Section! At least 10 mercs taking hostages!
Chloe Lynch!
He's got hostages. Hold on. Salazar, take the shot.
No shot. Too many hostages.
5 seconds, Chloe! No!
No!
Open fire!
Track the movements for Eden. We can't let him get off the ship. Unmarked choppers. Menendez's PMCs. Mercenaries. That's it. Oh, she's rigged the ship. We move now. Cut him off of the atrium.
What's happening?
We're U.S. Navy SEALs. Yeah, listen, you need to open the armory, get your guys armed and ready to fight. Hey, look at me. Focus. All right? You need to get this done.
Okay, the security armor.
Go do it.
Yeah, I thought the level ended here, and if it did, it would be a bit of a letdown. It's a pretty cool level up to this point, but Treyarc really delivered with Karma. Instead, Menendez's mercs detonate a bomb and open fire on Colossus's security. The place is falling apart. The SEALs begin their chase to track down DeFalco. Automated ASD drones begin shooting everyone holding weapons. And that obviously includes the SEALs as well. Mercs start flooding the building, blocking your charge, and this section is timed. You have to be super quick to catch DeFalco, and once he's in your sight, the game gives you a chance to take him out. If you're too slow, he escapes with Karma.
We need to get back to the Obama. Find out why the girl's so important to Menendez.
I recommend the dual band thermal sniper if you're going to want to shoot this guy from afar. You can find it in the weapon locker at the beginning of this part of the level, and as soon as you see DeFalco's name tag appear in the distance, just scope in and take him out just like that. Easy as pie.
Sal, help me with the garbage.
So, without your expertise, Menendez's plans for Solarium will have hit a roadblock.
It may slow his progress, but it won't stop him. He'll get what he wants. Believe me.
If you do, Karma is saved and she willingly joins your team back to the Obama. If you did fail to catch her, your punishment is an extra strike force mission in Yemen. Which I suppose isn't really a punishment. Another level? More fun? That's pretty cool. In our reality, Yemen is caught in a violent civil war, with rebels attacking international shipping around the Red Sea in a form of modern-day piracy. Here, we move in, find Karma, fight off the Yemeni militia, and bounce. This level's super easy, and Karma herself will grab a gun and join in the fun when you rescue her. And then bingo bongo, mission accomplished. Failing to save her in the previous level ain't much of a punishment, like I said, but it's cool that there's that option there. I guess it would really be a problem if you were a speedrunner and you wanted 100% the game, and you could just avoid the level completely if you rescued her, so there you go, speedrunning tactic for y'all. After the most fun level in the game is the most important level in the entire story. The inciting incident that set all of this into motion. Suffer with me.
Commander Mason for Sergeant Woods.
I got you, kid. You're okay.
What took you so long? Started thinking you weren't gonna make it.
What the fuck was I doing there? The dead don't suffer. That's why you and I are still here. You suffer with me.
Got a plan for you, kid. He's been working it for 30 years, and he is counting on you coming after him.
Wait a minute. Frank, do you have intel?
Remember that pendant? Disappeared. What do you think? Just sprouted legs and walked away? This guy, he knows every angle, every move you're gonna make. He's gonna take out 20 or 30 man people, and as if that's gonna bring her back. It's about his sister.
He killed my father to get to you.
Isn't a clean shot with that guy.
Hey! What the fuck happened in Panama?
I was pretty sure we got him in Nicaragua. About a year later, he shows up in Panama with that piece of shit Noriega. That's the last straw for the CIA. The orders come down from George H.W. for a snatch and grab. So your dad and I, we go in. What a shit show.
Mason.
Woods. Good to see you, Frank.
You too, Alex.
Go around back.
Why the fuck aren't we killing this guy? Huh? For all this shit he pulled in Nicaragua?
Well, higher-ups are secretly scheming, but they want him alive.
This shit don't sound right.
Okay. Manuel Noriega, hereforth known as Objective False Prophet. It's a standard grab and smear operation. Destroys public reputation and minimize the chance of any uprisings in his name. The invasion will draw attention away as we go in with Navy SEALs.
Well, then we're all set.
Yep. Come on, I'll walk you guys out.
German!
Just kids, McKnight, they ain't worth it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Welcome to Panama, guys.
The mission was good. Planning good. The only piece that didn't fit was Hudson on the comm lake running the show. Just felt off, even on the way in. I felt it. You know, just gnawing at me. I just didn't look at it.
1989, the American invasion of Panama. Relations with the Panamanian dictator Noriega had soured completely. Reagan considered him a criminal and requested his resignation as Noriega's scandals and criminal past had come into public knowledge. In retaliation, Panama turned to Cuba and other Soviet-aligned countries for aid. And you know what that means.
Look familiar?
Also, Noriega violently put down an election and had his goons assault the political candidates that beat him in the election. That's messed up, bro. A couple failed coups happened, which Noriega suspected were caused by the Americans, and to be honest, his assumption is probably accurate to some degree, which ended up causing him to announce that Panama was in a state of war with the United States. The following morning, American forces launched their invasion in the dark. Mason and Woods took part in a special mission to use the invasion as a mask to get to Noriega and smear his public reputation further. But something's off. Hudson's missing, and we haven't heard from him since the operation was in planning. We play as Woods in this mission. For the first time, Mason is now the NPC's sidekick. The CIA operatives fought their way through the PDF and found Noriega hiding out in a hotel room.
Secure him. Give me a reason to blow your head off. Come on.
Hey, what are you doing?
Sealing your reputation.
This is not a deal. Call your boss.
Put your ass in a chair.
Hudson, it's Mason.
Go ahead, Mason.
False Prophet secure. Moving to extract.
No, negative. Stand by for new tasking. Objective False Prophet has intel on a priority Nexus target. Escort him as PC to alternate location for prisoner exchange. More to follow.
Precious cargo my ass.
Nexus target? Who's more important than this asshole?
Yeah, I don't like it either, but let's just get this done. We're burning too much time.
He has people in the CIA. Fucking Kravchenko. Remember what he said in Afghanistan?
There's something else going on here, Woods.
The mission was snatch and grab. The fucking Hudson gets on the radio. Says that Noriega is not the mission. It's a handoff. It's a prisoner swap. And right fucking then I should have known. Right then and there. I should have known right then and there. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? The fuck?
Just take it easy. Just take it easy.
Fucking Hudson. I should have smoked him in Nam.
Now we're left to run errands, escorting Noriega across town through the slums, overrun by PDF militia and junkies. The whole time, communications with Hudson are spotty and very odd. There's something suspicious going on here. And with a change in objective at the end of their mission, Woods and Mason are on edge. The invasion of Panama was swift and only lasted a little over a month. America completely overwhelmed the regime, and this was one of Noriega's final days out of captivity as we drop him off at a prisoner exchange.
Move! Gunship strike! Inbound!
Okay, checkpoint's up ahead.
Mason,
Hudson, where the hell have you been?
are you at the checkpoint?
Sirs, your transportation is ready. This way, sir.
Do you still have the precious cargo?
Yes. But who the hell is Nexus target? What's more important than objective false prophet?
You have to trust me, Mason. You have to. Hudson out.
I may have questioned orders, but I never questioned motives. You take care of your unit, you get your guys home safe.
Roger that, Frank.
That's not how it is. Janica, it's fucked. I'm a soldier. I take orders, I get shit done.
Woods, your position.
They're moving to the roof of the south building.
West building, clear in the west corner.
Fucking comms!
This way! Everything is ready! must know I betrayed him.
Him? Hudson, who is Nexus target? Hudson!
It's him, Woods. Nexus target is Raul Menendez.
You should have told us, Hudson. You should have told us.
We are ready. Bring him out.
They're bringing the son of a bitch out.
Confirm visual. End this now, Woods. Take the headshot.
What are you looking so smug about?
The fuck is going on? What's going on here? No. Mason!
Forward.
You bastard!
Menendez!
Fair warning, this next scene is pretty graphic. It actually had me like squirming in my seat. Jeez, it's brutal. Skip to the next chapter in the video if you don't like that kind of stuff.
Your best friend, Alex Mason, is dead. By your own hand. Do you understand why?
He was gonna kill David.
Because you must suffer, as I have suffered. Now one more must die. You, Woods, or David. Make a decision now, or in 10 seconds you're all dead.
Woods, I can't. I have 2 kids. They... Fuck!
Okay, me! Do it! Do it!
Your life will be consumed by absolute loss. Then and only then will you understand what you have done to me. I would not kill you, boy. Not like Woods. You will suffer with me. And then one day, you will see this pendant again. And you will remember everything you saw and felt tonight. You will remember all the years of anger and pain. And when you do, David, please, come to me.
Dad! No! Dad!
There's nothing you could have done, Frank. It wasn't your fault.
Me and your old man. We were the best. And
And we still couldn't stop him. Well, times have changed, old man. He's going down.
This is the most tragic scene in Call of Duty history, even more so than the infamous betrayal in Modern Warfare 2.
What? Ghost!
It is perfectly assembled. The voice actors knocked it out of the park. The acting is phenomenal from the actors behind it. Woods, the Masons, Menendez, and Hudson. It is genuinely disturbing and horrifying seeing the way Menendez kills Hudson, and it's equally sad to see both Hudson and Alex Mason be killed right here, unceremoniously. These were absolute stars in the first Black Ops game, and they were just thrown away, right here. Despite how unrealistic and over-the-top Black Ops 2 is, it tells a genuinely brilliant story that is one for the ages. The way it draws you into its world and characters is shocking despite how accessible the gameplay is. Call of Duty is generally a very low barrier for entry type game, and this story defies that. You would expect something pretty basic to go along with it, right? The cherry on top of this terrible sequence is the inclusion of the somber menu theme behind Black Ops 2. Jack Wall and Trent Reznor, yup, the guy from 9 Inch Nails, crafted a song that fits perfectly into how unsettling and grief-stricken this part of the game is. This is such a great Call of Duty story, and it's so fun to play through that I think if you gave this game to modern Treyarch and they tried to reproduce it, they just genuinely could not. There was some genuine talent behind this story, and it shows. Menendez is the best Call of Duty villain. His ruthlessness knows no bounds. At every turn in his life, Americans have taken something from him. His sister was nearly killed in a fire started by an American. The American-backed Contra rebels killed his father, and the CIA killed his sister in a previous level. He is a tragic character driven by a devotion to revenge, and the way he serves it up is cold. Hudson is dead, Mason is dead by Wood's own hands, forcing him to live on with the grief and regret of killing his best friend while he raises the man's child, David, who is now forced to live without a father. Menendez's plan goes further. He wants David and Frank to suffer alongside him, and he is banking on the hopes that David Mason will chase him down to join him in his misery. He is sick and twisted. All of this, the cartel, the arms trading, Cordis Die, the drone production, it isn't inspired by a need for power or admiration. It is all driven by the express intent to hurt those who wronged him. He is a genuine psychopath. Man, I love this story. It is downright depressing at times. And we play as David. The entire point of David's character is getting over this terrible loss and fighting Menendez's manipulation. As Menendez tries to toy with David this entire time throughout the entire campaign, it is up to us to decide how would we react. Would we exact revenge, continuing this endless circle of revenge between Menendez and the Masons? Or would we be better? And that is the main idea of the story behind Call of Duty Black Ops 2. How do you break the cycle of revenge amidst immeasurable grief? But how did Menendez pull off the most dastardly revenge plot in this entire character drama? Well, what if there were tips along the way? Maybe Woods could have found out sooner that Hudson would betray them. And why did Hudson betray them? He'd been fighting alongside the two of them for the longest time. Perhaps someone got a hold of David Mason and forced Hudson's hand. And both Hudson and Alex Mason knew if they didn't cooperate with Menendez's plans, Mason's son would probably have been killed. I have yet to talk about the music and sound effects in this game, so let's tack it on real quick as we finish talking about this level. Black Ops 2 has the usual, really high quality action movie soundtrack. Gotta admit, the menu music for both campaign and multiplayer is stellar. The music that normally plays in the levels, as well as the tracks that play in the latter Zombies maps, are also great. All in all, Jack Wall did an amazing job on building the story for this game through the music. It is spectacularly done. Music gets an A+. The sound effects, on the other hand, are more of a mixed bag. For some reason, shooters from the early to mid 2000s have really mixed quality sound effects. In Black Ops 2, all the guns sound a little bit weak. The sounds aren't bad, they're just more serviceable and they lack punch, much like in Black Ops 1 and somewhat like in World at War. They almost sound like toys. They're not bad, like I said, they're just not very impressive. Despite the rest of the audio palette being stellar, with amazing music and high-quality voice acting. Perhaps recording technology wasn't so great back then, or not as easily accessible for game development studios when it came to recording gunshot audio or synthesizing it themselves. After that tearjerker of a mission, now for the final Strike Force level. Set in Pakistan. Dispatch. With all other Strike Force missions completed, it's time to decapitate the SDC. China has lost control of their military completely. Tian Zhao has somehow earned the ability to wage war openly without any oversight. This mission is very difficult. Tons of Chinese soldiers, turrets, and ASDs litter the path to the objective. It's a bloodbath, and the only mission aside from Fob Spectre that I actually lost in. But there's an exploit that turns the difficulty down to baby mode. Like, I'm not even joking. Simply hang a right from the mission start and hang down the alleyway. Bust the few turrets and camp with rocket launchers in this room by the objective. Have all your SEALs move into this room to protect you. Simply rocket the ASDs and sentry guns by the objective and sneak out and plant the EMP. Hide with an LMG or any rifle of your choice and gun down anyone who comes to stop you. Easy peasy. You basically skip 2/3 of the enemies and dodge most of the sentry guns. Now, we take out Tian Zhao.
Mission success. Target is confirmed in.
Copy. Ensure photos and site exploitation are complete and move to extraction site.
With Zhao eliminated, we are now on good terms with China. Now, this does sound kind of nonsensical, but in Black Ops 2's universe, it's more that China wants to be friends with the US, or at least be peaceful, but Tian Zhao is the one that's preventing that. Obviously, that's pretty different from reality.
Did you do it?
I'm in.
Fucking ace, isn't it?
You don't understand. Right before I quit Tacitus, I created a Solarium worm, which could decrypt anything. Quantum shit don't crack this easy. Even for me.
Menendez's network. All the country's getting fucked with a new Cold War. Wait a minute. New York? DC, the Pentagon? Shanghai, Beijing, Hong Kong. Menendez is gonna attack America and China, taking out both superpowers at the same time. Huh. All those files have the same prefix, 61961. 619. Oh my God, June 19th. That's tomorrow.
Junio 19. Freedom Day. The abolition of slavery.
Son of a bitch. Give me breaks. Admiral, the cyber attack is 6/19, tomorrow.
We have to move on Yemen right away. No, you have to go in there, capture Menendez for interrogation. You contact Fareed and the Yemeni militia. We need their help.
Admiral, it's a trap. Menendez has been playing us the whole time. If we move on Yemen, that's exactly what he wants us to do.
You get your team together. You got 2 hours.
Next mission, Achilles' Veil. We play as Fareed, the JSOC agent from earlier. He's gained Menendez's trust and fights alongside him. Despite David's warnings that Menendez is expecting them, they move in on the gathering of mercs and Cordis Die followers.
We're almost ready.
We are ready.
Yes.
The Americans are coming, Fareed. There's a traitor in our midst.
But how? Who?
It matters not. I'm one step ahead of you.
Cordis Die awaits your word.
They await their freedom. And they shall have it.
It is a disaster. We must maintain our cover and end up fighting against the Yemeni army to break out of the city. It's pure pandemonium.
Buddy! Of course, Menendez. We must get you to safety. We have lost too many men. Victory is not measured by losses.
Farid, are you still with me? We're hurt! We're going down! Again. Damn it! Ah, fuck! Here! No! Oh, man!
You knew that I would be here. Who betrayed me?
You're wasting your time! Bastard, you won't get shit from me! Good! Come on! Is that all you got? Huh?
Farid!
Kill it. Yeah, that's it. Kill me, Egg.
Anything wrong?
And you spineless piece of shit, getting others to do your dirty work. What kind of man are you? Huh?
Show your loyalty by following my orders, buddy.
Do it! Do the job. Now, buddy! Do it, man! Come on! You don't got the stones to fucking shoot!
You betrayed us, Farid. And for what?
To those you serve, your life means nothing!
Harper, do you copy? Damn it! Something's wrong! Kraken, linebacker 2, engaging enemy forces en route to down Bird.
Farid's down. The operation is an absolute disaster.
Menendez! The son of a bitch is headed for the Citadel!
Arrange medevac extraction to get Harper back to the Obama.
Now we play as Mason and fight our way through Menendez's men using quadcopters before finally bagging the man.
Menendez! Secure him!
Thank you, David. Help me seek a newer world.
Premier Chen has pledged China's military support to all U.S. operations in anticipation of a cyber attack.
SDC is finished, Secretary Petraeus. America and China joining forces truly marks the beginning of a new era.
And one that you should be damn proud of, Admiral.
Sir. Secretary.
President Bosworth sends her regards.
For those souls who have toiled and wrought and thought with me, some work of noble note may yet be done.
Get this cocksucker off my flight deck.
Gladly, sir.
We got him.
It's good you do not talk. We can take our time.
I will speak only to David Mason. Bring him to me. I will tell him everything. David.
I'm not a kid this time. But you can go ahead and try what you did back then.
Opulence is sinful and we all pay for it.
Such a self-indulgent piece of shit. Stop talking in riddles!
It was taken from me. Do you know what that feels like yet? An American torched the warehouse. For insurance money, $11,000. That was the value they placed on her life. She was the reason for me to live. What about you, David? What drives you? Is it me? Einstein once said that the economic anarchy of capitalism is the real source of evil. Your father and his people took Josefina from me. Pues, tu papá está muerto. Your father is dead. And his people. Finished.
In this scene, we hear Menendez's theme from the soundtrack. This is the second time we hear it play. The first time was when he was in his mansion alongside his sister. It's a traditional Nicaraguan lullaby called Nino Precioso. Obviously, it's fitting since he's from Nicaragua, but it's eerie because all of this, the cartel, the terrorism, the arms trading, it all began because of the loss and destruction he faced as a child. It's almost as if this psychotic, twisted man is stuck back in time, when he was young, reliving his loss day by day, which motivates his daring revenge plot. I think that's what the devs intended with this song, to show the lost innocence of Menendez, rooted in his heritage in Nicaragua. That's the irony of this song being used here. The interesting thing of this cover of the traditional lullaby is that it was sang by the voice actor of Menendez, Kamar de los Reyes. And if you want to hear something crazy, he also played a character on The Rookie, which is a TV show featuring Nathan Fillion, the voice actor of Buck from ODST. It's pretty crazy to see all of these TV show actors connected between games and TV. Unfortunately, he passed away 2 years ago. Man, rest in peace. It's very unfortunate to see so many talented actors from our childhood going like this. He was very young too, only 56 at the time. It's a terrible, very unfortunate loss.
Yeah, go ahead, Admiral Briggs.
We have a situation. We're tracking a passenger jet entering the Obama's airspace. Wait, what is that? Are those birds?
They meet Endo, Nicolas, unto a savage race.
We're under attack. We're under attack!
There are hundreds of them. We've just lost camera feed to the interrogation room. Secure Menendez. Meet me on the bridge.
If she so much as moves an inch, you put a bullet in his brain. You got me? The Obama's under attack. Ensure no one leaves this room.
You know I will not kill you, David. But if you do not drop your gun, I will kill your friend. You've got 5 seconds to decide.
How did you even...
Put them on. Turn around.
Somehow, Menendez escaped. The Obama is under attack by Merc units that dropped in from civilian aircraft. Menendez wanted to be captured to stage this entire attack. If you want to get through this level on Veteran, I recommend a shotgun. It makes it a breeze. Not just dealing with the infantry in tight spaces, but also those annoying ceiling-mounted sentry guns that the Mercs took control of. Also, I'm pretty certain we don't have this on any of our ships in reality, as shipboardings are fairly rare, and there would be no reason for these turrets. But this is Call of Duty, and it spices up the gameplay a little, so I'm gonna let it slide. And the level does get easier when we start to take those turrets under our own control. Briggs is in danger, and so is Karma. We absolutely have to stop Menendez from achieving his goal.
Seal the door. Where are we at on the security feed?
We should have it back up in a few minutes.
I need a team cutting through this wall right now. I lost comms to Admiral Briggs. He may be in danger.
It's back up.
All right. Run a facial ID scan throughout the entire ship. We have to find Menendez.
Search. Security camera image database.
Rebooting the whole system is a risk, sir. We have no guarantee it'll come back online.
Better no system. The one that's destroying the fleet. Do it.
I'll need your security clearance, sir.
Briggs! Menendez is right outside the server room. Do not shut down the systems. If the security goes down, Menendez will waltz right in. Briggs!
Menendez. Briggs is rebooting their systems now, trying to regain control of their automatic defenses.
Salazar.
In position by Briggs' side.
Admiral Briggs.
Back off!
Salazar, shoot through me! Kill this son of a bitch! No!
I'll surrender when it's done.
I'd rather see you die than surrender.
I don't blame you.
Why don't you have Salazar do it?
Briggs is a good man, Menendez. Don't kill him. Shoot him in the leg. He's alive. Thank you, Ro.
If we truly succeed today, Admiral Briggs will come to understand why I did not kill him.
Salazar! Hurry the fuck up! Barbara, get to the server room! Briggs is down!
In a twist, Salazar's a traitor. Briggs is wounded. Karma is dead. Alex Mason's bullet and Angola removed Menendez's eye decades ago. In its place is a glass eye that houses the Celerium chip, the one that he used to hack the defense network. Pretty fitting that the bullet that an American sent his way ended up causing this whole disaster and allowed him to sneak on this chip. I figured I'd point that out. It's an interesting story detail. Okay, so real fast. I know Celerium is made up, And I know hacking is simplified in gaming and movies and all that, but this is pretty goofy. The graphics showing the defense network compromised after he inserted the chip into the Obama's systems would never be a thing. If anything, you'd probably just see some like console prompts or something. They're just here to help the player understand though. I totally get it. It's all just player experience so you can watch and see everything get hacked and know what's going on. I'm sure most people, if not all people, would have no idea what's happening if a bunch of Linux terminals started popping up. Also, I would think that it would take longer to get through every server in the government. I'm not totally certain what this worm is capable of. It seems to be pretty powerful if it could just hack into the entire government. But what about air-gapped networks? I don't personally know how the US military manages its drones, but I can't see a reason for them to all be connected to a central network. I'm pretty sure they'd be independently operating from each other, would they not? I don't know. I'm gonna just allow this to slide for two reasons. One, because it's cool, and two, because I don't really know. I'm not very knowledgeable on how the military manages its networks. And for convenience sake, it's a super virus.
Betrayed us all, Salazar!
Today is a difficult day, Section. But tomorrow, we all win.
Not you.
Every American drone is now under Menendez's control. All our weapons have been turned against us, and they begin bombarding the Obama and her escort vessels. Salazar being a traitor kind of sucks, man. I actually really liked his character, but what's creative about the writing in this game is that there were some hints along the way that he was the traitor in our midst. He had a few comments on the technology used for advertising, and as well on the ultra-wealthy, things that Cordis Die would not really approve of. It seems that his anger towards the elite profiting off of the disadvantaged led him to betray the US military, which shows that even the most elite of the American forces are malleable to Cordis Die's very appealing messages. That, or because he was raised in Nicaragua, perhaps he already was aligned with Menendez before he joined the service.
Hundreds died today, Section. I'm gonna see that son of a bitch burn for what he's done.
This is his endgame. He's about to unleash drones on cities across the globe.
With Tianzhou eliminated, the Chinese government commits its military and drones to assist the Americans in destroying the threat Menendez poses. The Obama is saved.
All ASEAN units of the United States Navy have been instructed to defend China against Raul Menendez's drone attacks.
谢谢. Thank you, Madam President. Your actions speak louder than any words.
Madam President, the SEAL commander who captured Menendez requested to head up your security detail. He's our best authority on Menendez, and he still believes you may be a target.
Sir, we have activity on the ground. Multiple hostiles.
My God. Drones. They're changing course.
Los Angeles. I knew it was too easy to crack that Solarium drive. He's targeting the president.
Marine 1 is under attack! Go to ground! Alert the MRAP for immediate pickup! We're going down!
Madam President, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah.
Evac the president to prom night.
Now we're in Los Angeles. Menendez's mercs have infiltrated the city alongside the drone swarm. All hell breaks loose in the city. Mason knows Menendez is here to attack the president and other world leaders present at the summit.
Fire! Come around!
You're given the choice between sniping enemies from the overpass or running on the streets down below. The default secondary weapon that you're given is a sort of railgun sniper rifle that can fire through thick obstacles and debris by holding down the trigger to charge it up. The longer you hold it down, the more of a charge it gets, which allows it to penetrate through more cover. This technology is not real, obviously, but this gun is pretty cool. And downright overpowered as well. They give you like 7,000 bullets with it too, so you could just use this in the level and that's it. It destroys drones as well as it dispatches enemy snipers. The chaos in Los Angeles is a sight to behold. After all, this is the level I remember them showing off at E3. The level of destruction shown here is insane, and goes miles to demonstrate the intensity of the attack on the city. The American jet fighters look wicked, but only slightly like the most advanced jets we use today, like the F-35 and F-22. It pulls off borderline impossible stunts, has VTOL capabilities, and strangely features only one set of giant wings instead of two sets of wings. This is an interesting choice by the art team. It's definitely far off reality, as we don't have any fighter planes that feature a single set of wings. This level is definitely one of my favorites. The atmosphere of the burning city, the house-to-house fighting, and the combat against drones. As Black Ops 2's story comes to a close, the game throws everything at you here. And the level caps off with a skyscraper collapse, followed by a flight section where you pilot Anderson's jet fighter. And this part is actually pretty fun. It starts out easy, letting you hover and obliterate Ford F-150s, before launching you into the skybox. This level is awesome. It has so much going on within it, and ultimately ends with a flight section, which is fantastic. And now that the climax of the story has been reached, I remember being so pumped. I don't know about you, but the evil villain accomplishing his plans and ushering in total chaos is an exciting part of any story to me, especially in Black Ops 2, considering Menendez is such a terrifying villain. It had me thinking, wow, this campaign is amazing and decently long. The build-up to creating this terrible villain has been awesome, and setting up the rest of the cast has been equally awesome. Now that all hell has broken loose, I can't wait to see where things continue. Maybe we'll have to learn to fight exclusively without computers or drones, sent back to the Stone Age where everything has been reverted to pen and paper. This is gonna be awesome. Unfortunately, the next mission is the last one in the game. Aw man, the disaster was just getting fun. I totally get this campaign has already been so long, and likely has taken a hell of a budget to produce, as well as years of development. But it would have been so cool if this disaster continued for like 2 or 3 more levels, or even a whole game. All in all, while I was a little disappointed at how the game was rapidly coming to a close, it kind of means 2 things. 1, the campaign was so good and so much fun, I actually did not want it to end yet. I wanted the story to continue. And 2, it means that the story's pace felt a little jarring to me. It was a little disappointing that this whole plan that Menendez had been building towards was going to just end within 2 levels. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. I really do like this campaign. If I didn't, I wouldn't be talking about it.
Warning.
Mason? You are one crazy bastard, you know that, right?
Madam President, we now know how Menendez pulled it off. It's now clear that Menendez intended to be captured and brought to the Obama in order to execute his attack.
Trojan horse. Odysseus.
He used a Celerium device to infect our internal servers with a virus, compromising our entire military satellite infrastructure. Bad news is, the drones are still his. He's piggybacking on communication satellites all over the world.
What are our options?
Well, there is some good news. We've traced the source of the signals.
Haiti!
JSOC's in the sky right now. In T-minus 10 minutes, we'll be boots on the ground.
How long before the drones get to the other cities?
At the current rate and trajectory, approximately T-minus 10.
Oh my God, what about China?
We are launching a coordinated, simultaneous attack on Haiti. We can trust Premier Chen now. He will not let us down.
Is this it? Is this the end?
Madam President, may God help us.
Time on target, 60 seconds.
Okay, you're set. Your HUD link clear?
It's all good.
Confirmed. All right, section, you're good to go.
All right, listen up. We have our objectives. Shut down the transmission controlling the drones. Execute kill capture order on target Raul Menendez.
I wrote kill. Getting him alive didn't work out last time.
Time on target, 30 seconds. Oh shit, that was close!
Go, now!
Get out, get out!
Now for the finale. The drones have been tracked to be controlled from a facility in Haiti. The SEALs are dropped from the sky with advanced wing glider suits. Why? Because they're cool. That's why. They don't obviously exist in our reality. If we were launching this invasion, we would be para-dropping folks in. But, you know what? I'm gonna let Call of Duty have it. It's kind of fun. Also, while we're here, let's talk about the VTOL dropships. We see these throughout the game. These are highly advanced beyond anything we currently field in the military. They're clearly a sort of sci-fi evolution to our current Osprey VTOLs, but we only use the Osprey in limited numbers due to how dangerous they are. They have a history of accidents and crashes. Not to mention these dropships are incredibly expensive and undergo a ton of maintenance issues. To see a more advanced version of an Osprey, which is already a dropship we only occasionally use in our 2025, feels like a fantasy. You have full control in this descent and have to avoid the SAM missiles as they go off all around you. You can actually die here, and I did die here. I don't know, is this the easiest part in the game? For some reason, not so much for me. I don't get it. Upon landing, it's back to it. Claws, quadcopters, and more await you below. But now, since we got the support of the Chinese from those Strike Force missions, Chinese forces land on the roof of the facility to knock out the Merc snipers. The gang fights its way inside, brushing aside cloaked soldiers before entering the control room.
Shut down the transmission.
My console crashed. What do you got? Can you get in?
Raul Menendez is transmitting a live webcast. He's on right now.
Opulence is sinful. And we all pay for it. Los Angeles was the flagship of their absurd materialism. So I destroyed it.
I'm locked out. Can you hack into the system?
They thought I wanted to kill the president.
We're fucked.
Doña Presidente, I could have buried you 1,000,000 times over. No. I wanted you to see it. To feel what it's like.
The drones are being controlled from Haiti.
What?
Sir, there's nothing more we can do.
Today,
we cannot regain access to the drones.
2 billion people exist in abject misery, tyrannized by war.
He's ready to strike New York. You gotta stop it.
Doña Presidente,
What the fuck?
Your war machines are...
He self-destructed the drones.
Your military.
Why?
Is crippled. You cannot stop us now. Cordis Die. Rise. And strike while they are down. Strike now. And strike.
All right. Let's move out.
Section, we got a body, one of ours. He's been stripped of his uniform and kit. Wait, don't move him!
Menendez stole this soldier's uniform and is on the move to make his escape out of the facility. It's time to track him down. Now, why hide out here in a Haitian facility where you expect the Americans to attack? Well, I was confused at this at first. Bro could hide out anywhere and command his mercs as well as Cordis Die from any place, but decides to make his escape from a Haitian facility he totally did not have to be at. Perhaps Menendez wants to be captured again, or that he is satisfied with his revenge and is just not caring at all at what happens to him. Well, we'll see in a moment the type of man he is. We'll understand it when we finish the campaign.
Martyr me for Cordis Die.
If it were up to me, you'd be with your sister right now. Hey, how about some help over here? Later, section.
I will see you 1 year from now. Study Ulysses. Be ready.
No. He's just a sad old man talking to himself. Let him talk.
Why did I choose to capture Menendez? I was thinking that killing him completes the circle of revenge. Perhaps the answer isn't more killing, even though he definitely deserves it. I had a sneaking suspicion that something bad would happen if he did die, considering he's the head of Cordis Die. But also, I figured Treyarc was trying to tell me that the only way to end the circle of revenge is to end it with no violence. End game. It's over. Menendez is captured in his compound, the mercs are left without a boss, and walled down, with its entire drone fleet eliminated, America is not out. But this was part of Menendez's plan. By destroying all of America's drone weaponry, America would be on its knees.
I get it now.
He loved you, kid.
I know.
This is the price we pay for what we do.
I'm done, Sarge.
Good. He's happy to hear that.
You talking to the dead now, Sarge?
Nah. They talk to me.
They're bringing the son of a bitch out.
Confirm visual.
Even has people in the CIA.
End this now, Woods. Take the headshot. Shoot him in the fucking head.
Now, Woods. Now!
Do not enter. I swear to God, I will shove this wheelchair right up your ass.
Hey, Woods. You look like hammered shit.
You stay right there. Mason, I shot you.
Turns out you're a lousy shot.
My ass. Where the fuck have you been for 30 years?
Mason is, dead. Or is he? Turns out, the campaign, which I already thought was pretty stellar, has an open-ended narrative. More so than I mentioned before. Beyond the optional Strike Force missions, or DeFalco getting sniped, or Harper's burnt face. In fact, there are 8 different endings in Call of Duty Black Ops 2, which is insane. So how does one go about it? How do you get the good ending? The bad ending? The so-so, okay in the middle ending? Well, a multitude of decisions affect little things throughout the story that changes character dialogue and even sometimes has a ripple effect that determines a huge part of the game's resolution. Let's start with the big one. How do you save Alex Mason? Kravchenko tells you about the mole in the CIA already, but now, the drug lab. Menendez's basement is getting burnt down by the cartel to destroy all the evidence, and if you move fast, you can find a CIA dossier on a desk as the flames crawl up the walls.
The fuck? CIA?
If you grab it before the fire consumes it, when you capture Noriega in the mission Suffer With Me, Woods and Mason bring it up when discussing how off Hudson and the whole mission feels.
There was a CIA memo on Menendez's compound.
If Kravchenko mentions what he knows about the CIA mole and you don't shoot him, you'll hear his words echo through your head about a potential mole in the CIA.
He even has people in the CIA.
These clues should hopefully tee off players into the fact that maybe the target isn't Menendez. You do control Woods in this sequence when Mason is bagged and brought outside. Mason tells you before he comes outside that he's on Overwatch, so at this moment, it seems it's just Mason playing along with Menendez to protect his son. With everything you know about a CIA mole, and the shadiness of Noriega demanding you to shoot this target in the head, it is up to you to determine if this bagged man is who you think he is. If you shoot him anywhere aside from the head, he lives. This is weird, considering the weapon of choice is a .50 caliber Barrett sniper rifle, so shooting him anywhere would probably lop off a limb, but we can assume wherever you shoot him, the game counts it as a sort of grazing wound, I guess. If you don't shoot him in the head, of course. But if you shoot him in the head, there's just a small bullet hole when in reality it'd probably not leave a head, so to speak. Not to get like gruesome, but that's what a 50 caliber does to you. It is not a pretty bullet to be on the receiving end of. Further, if you don't shoot him in the head, his character model lacks a bullet hole in his skull, and the bag over his head isn't bloodied, where, on the other hand, you'll see a bullet hole if you do hit him in the head. If you spare Mason, it seems that he decides to play dead, and Menendez falls for it. If you look closely when David cries over his dad when Menendez walks off, you can see his mouth barely moving, indicating he's very much alive. So why for 30 years has he just been sitting around not doing anything? Well, I think this probably explains it the best. He knows that the CIA is likely compromised, and to save his son, he knows that if he shows his face, if it shows that Alex Mason is out there and possibly looking for Menendez and trying to track him down, the moment he's spotted, I'm sure he would be terrified that David would be attacked. It's likely that Alex was just waiting and biding his time for Menendez to be taken out. That way he could come back to meet Woods and reunite with his son. What about the others? Who else can be saved? Well, let's go over it. Killing DeFalco replaces every future appearance of him with a generic mercenary. If you do save Karma, the only way to prevent her from being killed is to shoot Harper instead of Menendez.
Following my orders, buddy. Do it! Do the job. Now, buddy! Do it, man! Come on! You...
Fareed.
Section.
Harper's dead.
You had no choice.
Menendez is heading for the citadel overlooking the town.
Salazar, arrange for medevac extraction back to the Obama.
Come on. Let's go.
This sucks, because, man, I love Harper. I hated to shoot him. Remember, I played this game multiple times to get all the endings and experience it on the hardest difficulty. But with Fareed still alive, he sacrifices himself to save Karma on the Obama. Dang, poor Fareed, man. He's dead either way. Like, and bro does not get a proper send-off. It's like everyone ignores he's gone. Fareed was a good character. He was a nice guy. Like, seeing him when he shot Harper was just devastating. He deserved more, man. Justice for Fareed. Briggs is also a character with multiple fates. You can either wound him, not shoot him at all, or straight up cap him. If you do take him out, the USS Obama is sunk as its defenses can't be reactivated in time. Also, coming back to Harper, if you do decide to shoot Harper, the rest of the campaign is pretty quiet. Salazar gets locked up instead of shot, and David is practically alone for the rest of the story. Harper's appearances are instead replaced by a Secret Service member or a SEAL, depending on the mission. Now for Menendez. If you kill him, a YouTube video is launched announcing his death at the hands of the Americans.
This video is triggered to play upon my assassination. Cordis Die, you know how to proceed. My death will shine light upon ubiquitous darkness.
This ultimately leads to a worldwide revolution caused by Cordis Die, which likely sparks anarchy and worldwide destruction. Sparing him is the best choice for global stability, but it turns out the Celerium worm still remains in the American network and prepares to free Menendez from his cell. If Karma is killed, then the worm is successful. Menendez is freed, decides to kill Woods as revenge, then, in a depressive state of completing his cycle of revenge, sets himself ablaze on his sister's grave. Wow. This speaks volumes to Menendez's character. He's so consumed by grief and loss of his family that he spends millions on a master revenge plan, toys with those who wronged him for decades, then just dies. Dang. This also kind of explains why he was foolish enough to let himself be caught in Haiti. Perhaps he wanted to be dead either way, and was just playing around. I'm sure he also thought that the worm would release him anyway, so doesn't matter what his fate is, his revenge is most likely assured. Either Cordis Die would launch a worldwide rebellion or not. It didn't matter much to him. But if Karma is alive, her knowledge of the worm, since she helped create it, leads her to disabling the worm. She then goes on Jimmy Kimmel for saving the world from the super virus. Yep, Jimmy Kimmel is confirmed canon in the Call of Duty universe. Amazing. So for the best ending, you have to shoot Mason in the leg a few times, sadly shoot Harper, then spare Menendez in the end. For the worst ending ever possible, shoot Mason in the head, spare Harper, then shoot Menendez. Yay! War is hell. So which ending is canon? Well, the developers for Black Ops 7 have stated that Alex Mason is dead in canon. Wow. Huge bummer, thanks guys. But also that Harper is alive, and Menendez is also dead. And since Harper being alive means Farid was unable to sacrifice himself to save Karma, then the super virus is still in the American networks. And additionally, with Menendez being dead, the worldwide Cordis Die rebellion absolutely occurred. Perhaps Black Ops 7 will be set in the aftermath of Cordis Die's Judgment Day. Who knows? Additionally, when Black Ops 3 confirmed that Menendez is killed by David Mason, it hollows the point of the narrative. It shows that Menendez successfully manipulated David Mason into killing him, completing the circle of revenge, which ultimately leads to nowhere but more destruction. So what's the point of multiple endings if you're just going to make one of them canon? That is a great question I've asked myself a lot while making this video and while playing the game. I personally feel like you can't effectively follow up a multiple ending game with a canon ending, because then it nullifies any of the narrative that you accomplished and says that any ending that you achieved that is outside of the canon is just fan fiction. What do you guys think? In my opinion, I feel like Black Ops 2 should have been the end of the storyline, and they should have started a new one with Black Ops 3. But maybe you guys have a different opinion than me. Let me know. In my opinion, Alex Mason is alive. I don't care what the canon says. My canon is he's alive. Woods would have totally picked up on all those tips and not shot him in the head, knowing, correctly deducing that Noriega is up to some shisty stuff with Menendez. Whatever Treyarch says, I refuse to accept it. He's not dead. He's totally not dead, guys. Come on. Come on. He's not dead, right? Is this the best story in Call of Duty? I can't really pick. Both Black Ops games tell some of the best stories in Call of Duty history. Both games have solid level design, an amazing cast of characters, goated music, and honestly, ever since Black Ops 2, there has yet to be a campaign to come even close to this level of quality in the franchise. If I had to pick, if you forced my hand right now, I think I'd have to pick Black Ops 2's campaign as the better of the two. And the reason why is this game has much more emotional weight, and it leaves an impact with its multiple endings. With all that being said, without further ado, ladies and gents, the complete good ending.
Do not enter. I swear to God, I will shove this wheelchair right up your ass.
Hey, Woods. You look like hammered shit.
You stay right there. Mason, I shot you.
Turns out you're a lousy shot.
My ass. Where the fuck you been for 30 years?
Colonel Kurtz. Solarium worm attacking the electrical grid. Power stations. Water distribution. It's every state. Oh wait, it's all over the world.
Get me the president.
Chill out, jerk off. I got it.
David Mason for Sergeant Woods.
Another Mason?
Oh, fuck. Secure the building.
Hey, kid.
Jesus,
Come on.
Frank.
Introduce you to somebody. Al, this is Dave. Dave.
How you doing?
This is your dad.
Dad. What the fuck?
Oh, you got a couple of fucking broads. Work this shit out on your own. Need some smokes. There's bat shit! Where's my smokes?
You still got that scar? You made me proud that day. I fell. Yeah. But you got back up.
So I guess you're famous now for saving the world. It's very rare that we have a celebrity that has actually done something. You're not into a reality show, are you?
Oh, you got it, Jimmy.
Okay. So, I mean, tell me what this is like. It must be, it must be a great day to be you.
Yeah. And it's a bad day to be Raul Menendez.
Also, Avenged Sevenfold, a band regularly featured for their music and the zombies maps throughout the OG Black Ops trilogy, is featured in the after credits cutscene. Some of the Call of Duty characters actually jam with them in this cutscene that is actually the music video live on YouTube for this single, which is pretty awesome to see Treyarc and the band be such like closely knit entities. It's so cool, man. The first Black Ops' Zombies mode got off to a fantastic start, but it had a controversial finish. The latter maps were confusing and not fully appreciated by casual players, though pro zombie players, quite a few of those guys actually really like Moon and Shangri-La. The hallmark of these latter zombies maps was the increased ambition and complexity behind them. This would be seen again in Black Ops 2's first zombies map, Tranzit, the most infamous zombies map of all time. I saw y'all's comments on the last video. You guys wanted to see a sequel video where I go in on and tear this map apart. Your wish is my command. But if you like it, if you happen to find Tranzit is your cup of tea and you like the complexity behind it and the mechanics, that is fantastic. In fact, I'm happy for you because at least someone can appreciate the map. And additionally, I will say, despite my disdain for this map and how much I hate playing it, I actually kinda like it now. It's like a so bad it's good. You know, sometimes the biggest disasters are the most fascinating to think and talk about. And that's why I actually kind of like Tranzit, not from a gameplay perspective, but from a design perspective, analyzing what went wrong, what caused it to be the most controversial zombies map, potentially of all time. Welcome to Green Run, Hell on Earth, both aesthetically and gameplay-wise. Black Ops upped the bar with its zombies mode. Moon featured a ton of wild additions, including a huge Easter egg that has the Earth get nuked by tons of ballistic missiles, destroying the entire planet. And this destruction was so intense, so severe, that it caused tectonic plate shifts and structural damage to the Earth's crust. Which means lava. Lots of lava. Oh joy, we'll be coming back to the lava. Picture this. You're a wee lad in the wild swamps of Texas. You're in your middle school days and your family brought home Black Ops 2. You were looking forward to running the new Zombies map. And you were told it's the biggest Zombies map ever devised. Oh boy, here we go, baby. And the game starts. The zombies all have blue eyes now, and you're in a bus station. Okay, this is fun, a good classic start. The M14 and Garb Olympia are both on the walls as expected, and the cast is made up of new characters, rather than Richtofen in the first crew. Although Richtofen is the zombies announcer due to the lore, he's in control of the zombies now. So, okay, this all could be good. The new cast could be good. Okay, I'm not loving this first room. Also, there's these crafting parts and a workbench, but I can barely see the parts. They're gray and look like the garbage on the floor, so you can barely see them. Like, the only reason I found some of these parts is because I went over them by accident seeing a pickup part prompt. Whatever. Here's the bus. It's time to finally explore the map as intended. I like this first stop. Hey, there's a mystery box. Man, I can't wait to get Pack-a-Punch. What? Wait, where are you going? Oh, nah. The bus left me behind again. So that's basically my first experience with this map. I died on like round 7 and had no idea what I was doing. Now, it's okay to not know what you're doing on a map, but even after playing Tranzit several times, I'm confident in saying it sucks so bad. It's the worst thing ever. Let's pick it apart limb from limb. First of all, the main mechanic. The bus. The good. You can upgrade the bus by adding ladders and train plows to it. These pieces are littered around the map, which is essentially a handful of smaller zombies maps strung together by a bus route through the fog. Zombies will also attempt to board the bus, and it serves as a sort of room that you have to defend all to itself, with boarded up windows and everything. It's a pretty cool mechanic, and I like the idea of transportation systems becoming their own little zombies room. And there's even a wall by in the ceiling, so if you run out of ammo. The bad. Yeah, this thing sucks. Like, in practice and on paper, it sounds pretty decent, but in execution, this is a complete disaster. The bus decides to leave on its own without any interaction from the player, which is the worst thing ever. You get like 5 minutes per location, and right when you're getting settled in and starting to get used to the flow of a certain part of the map, the bus decides to leave again. When the bus leaves you, you have to run the long road trip through these annoying denizen enemies. Now, what are the denizens? Well, they're these little bastards that hop on your face and slow you down. They look stupid as well. I don't know why they're here. They seemingly float to your face. It's a garbage mechanic. It looks like trash. It performs like trash. And when they get on your face, they slow you down and you have to knife them off, which sucks so bad. If you want to go anywhere on foot, a significant distance, you have to spam the knife button. Oh man, I hate it so much. It's terrible. Nobody likes these denizens. Also, the level design is frustratingly bad. It's as if they went out of their way to destroy fun. There are plenty of parts in the map that either soft lock you out of progression or just they're cluttered and they're hard to defend intentionally. There's this one area, for some stupid reason, at the power room, if you jump off the bus and forgot to put a ladder on the side of it, you are soft locked from getting into the power room. You're just stuck on the road. And the bus, you can't get in the bus as well. You're just stuck out there. Are you shitting me? Did I lock myself out of the map? Oh my gosh, I did. Dude, who made this fuck-ass map? I'm stuck out here now. Dude, this map is so shit. Holy damn, this sucks. Like, let me in. Why would you design it like this? Oh, you can't get in the map now. That's unfortunate. Fucking what? Pardon me? And now I gotta deal with all this dumbass lava. So awesome. I love this map, Call of Duty. It's like little things could have made this map really good, but they chose not to do it for reasons that do not make any sense. Like, did they have to lock them? Oh my. It's so dumb. Like, I ruined my run by accident because I got out too early. This map is so fucking dumb. It pisses me off. This map could have been really cool, but they shit the bed. Now I have 12,000 points and nothing to do because the box is in Timbuktu all the way over there. Oh my. There's no wall by, there's nothing. You might as well just run to the denizens. Although I'm pretty sure there's a pool of lava on your path. So, like, there's random parts of the road with lava where you can't progress. It's terrible. You have to be in the bus. And so you're trapped out there until the bus decides to leave on its own again. I got killed on a really good run recently because of this absolutely annoying design. Not to mention, the lava on this road is absurd. I mean, it's absurd in the whole map. It's absolutely everywhere. Tons of lava pools and streams all over the place. You have to jump over these little ponds constantly, and you're just burning your feet and blinding the screen. Oh my, it is so ass. It is terrible. Then, when the zombies catch fire and you kill them, they explode. And the worst part of this is, for killing a zombie that's on fire, not only does it blind you, it does damage to you. I love not dying to the zombies. Well, this map really fucking sucks. Like, I don't know who thought this was a good idea. In my recent playthroughs of Transit, the zombies didn't kill me. It was other entities or some other BS. I didn't get 2 or even 5 tapped by zombies with Juggernog. It was some other dumb map design that got me killed. And that's the thing about Transit. It is so frustratingly terrible and so horribly designed. Most of the deaths feel totally undeserved. I'm all for a game that is difficult as long as you can go, yeah, I messed that up. With all my knowledge, I messed up. But whenever you get soft locked out of an area in the map because you decide to get off the bus a second early, bro, who even made the map? Like, the other rooms, they let you get back on the bus even if you're on there. I don't even understand, bro. It's confusing. Like, I don't know what the devs were thinking. Basically, each death felt highly unearned due to the tedious design of this dumpster fire of a map. Now, you might be thinking, what about the cast of characters? Well, they're made up of, and well, I had to Google this because I totally forgot their names, Misty, Stuhlinger, Johnson, and Russman. Yay! To be honest, they're not the worst thing in the world, but even when I was a kid, I didn't like these guys. Their voice lines are very bland and pretty annoying. They do not hold a candle to the original cast from World at War. An example of how bad the writing for these characters is, Russman's entire personality boils down to, I'm old. Shit sucks when you're my age. But to be honest with you, even though Misty is, you know, not a very good character, she's one of the less annoying characters in the crew. Whenever I'm playing as her, I'm actually like, thank the heavens I'm not one of the boys right now. I think the writers are to blame. I'm sure the voice actors are great at their craft. In later Zombies levels, they will reappear, and they're actually written more competently and are not annoying. Like, I'm telling you, the voice actors are not bad. They've just been given some really mid scripts to work with in Transit. Then there's the crafting system. This is also hot garbage. It is not fun or interesting whatsoever. You can only hold one crafting part at a time, and have to craft things at the exact workbench that was built for each part, necessitating the use of a wiki to know where to craft what. I don't understand. I don't know why I can't just craft the turbine at any crafting station and I have to do it in the train station. It's so lame, bro. Treyarch was so confident in this bum-ass mechanic that even the wonder weapon has to be crafted. The wonder weapon! The thing people want the most. And it's so agonizingly irritating to put it together because you gotta collect parts that are hidden throughout the map in like a cornfield somewhere. But even worse, the wonder weapon is absolute garbage and not worth the pain of trying to collect all the pieces to it. It's called the jet gun, and it can fire for 6 seconds straight before it breaks. And when it breaks, the parts scatter everywhere, and if any of them get into a part where you can't, part of the map where you can't collect it, the part goes back to where it spawned. What is this design? Most people avoid this gun completely because the juice ain't worth the squeeze. But what's even worse is the power switch. Yeah, you have to craft that too. Bro, it's so mind-boggling. And one of the parts to the power switch is the hand. You need to put on the power lever itself. Now, this is kind of a cool nod to Call of Duty Zombies in that all the power switches have a severed hand on it. And it's pretty comedic that you need the hand to flip a power switch. It's really goofy. But if you don't know what you're looking for to build the switch, you'll completely pass the hand up. It's so small and it's hard to find, and could easily blend in with other zombie bits and body parts as you're fighting in the room to survive, while you're scavenging these stupid power switch parts. New players likely would have tons of trouble with getting power activated without looking at a guide. This map is so completely inaccessible. It is unbelievable. I remember when I was a kid, trying to craft power got me and my friends killed for like the first 3 runs, because we didn't know where to look, and we weren't going to Google it. We didn't know how to craft the thing, because when you're stuck in the power room, you can't leave until you craft that switch. Oh my gosh, this map is so hilariously bad. It's actually fascinating, and I'm getting really like heated, but I'm kind of... It's laughable. I'm enjoying this much more than you might think I am. I think I've talked about Tranzit for the past 30 minutes. Now we get to the box weapons. Too many of them are downright useless. The Black Ops 1 weapons are much more viable. There are tons of weapons here like the grenade launcher and the SMR and, bro, the Sega 12 and so many other weapons in here that are just trash. Either they have no ammo reserve or they do no damage. Like the grenade launcher shoots bouncy grenades and you load them one at a time. Dude, it's terrible. Next come the perks. All of the classic 4 plus stamina up return, plus a new perk, Tombstone, also known as Trash Stone. Total waste of 2,000 points. This is a notoriously mid perk. It gives you a shot at keeping your perks and weapons after dying, but it's like very difficult to pull off in the later rounds and is a complete waste of time. So don't even do it. Now we get to the map design. Aside from that one infuriating example I mentioned earlier, the bus depot itself isn't half bad. The farm is ugly and boring. It's just green fog and nothing interesting. Power room is infuriating and designed to make you hate America, and the diner area is actually alright in itself too. But the best part of the map itself is the town. Juggernog is at the last stop on the bus route at this town, as well as the bank, where you can deposit points for other zombies matches. This is also where you're going to find Pack-a-Punch. Town is easily the best spot in the map because it has so much room to work with. There's so much breathing room to train zombies and really, if you want to, camp. But it's not the best camping spot in the entirety of zombies, but you could still pull it off. But there's a catch. Not a single wall weapon in the entire town exists. There's no guns you can buy, so you can easily run out of ammo and become hopelessly stuck in town. Much of this map's design is something I like to call asshole design. The devs specifically wanted to ruin fun. Oh, this area of the map is great, so let's give them no ammo. Oh, this area is really wide open, so let's throw lava all over the place and chuck rocks in the way of good training spots. And the worst part is Avogadro. Instead of dogs or other bonus rounds, you have this guy. Your reward for piecing together the power switch is a new enemy. It's a good idea to add challenge to the map, right? Nah, this dude is an annoyance at best and a run-ender at worst. He is not an interesting enemy to fight. Terribly designed. Classically annoying. Avogadro is my favorite nuisance. I love him. I need one more part. Oh, then there's this stick over here. Incorrect part, my ass. What part is that then? Oh, now I got this guy. Now I got this guy. Oh, that's cool. He just kills you. He just kills you. He just two-shots you in half a second. My whole run ended like that. This is some genius design. As a kid, I hated this bus driver. I projected all of my hatred for Tranzit onto this dude right here. And for some brain-rotted reason, in the Black Ops 7 pre-order edition, you get to play as him. See, this is what I'm wondering. Why couldn't we just press a button to make the bus go to the next stop? It'd be cool if you could drop like 200 points into the driver to command him to go at your leisure, rather than have 15 seconds to run the box twice at the diner before dude starts blowing his horn to leave. Awful. I hate it. This could have been fixed with an easy solution. And I don't care that the Victus crew is a big part of the lore, or that a small part of Nocturne and Toten is out in the cornfield, or any of that. This map is an objectively and overly ambitious disaster. I think it's a perfect example of what happens when you throw too much at the wall and it all comes crashing down into a complete cacophony of failure. The only redeeming part of Transit are the sub-maps. So in Black Ops 2 Zombies, a few of the maps allow you to play on just a subsection of the level. While cool in concept, I don't understand the idea. Like, why would you want to play on a small piece of a big map? Well, with Transit, it actually kind of works, and I'll show you why. This is survival on just the bus depot. That's it. We asked for this? There are 3 of these sub-maps on Green Run. First is the bus stop. It's kind of like Nocturne Toten 2.0 to be honest, but it's even worse. There's a couple wall weapons, a single door, and a mystery box. No perks, nothing much to do. It's boring, but at least there's no bus here, so it's already better than Transit. Alright, that's enough of that. Next, now we're getting somewhere. The farm has perks and a few more doors, but it's ugly and gets boring real fast. Finally is town. This is actually much better than Transit, to be honest. A couple of doors, wall weapons, perks, and even a pack-a-punch machine with plenty of space to train in. Fans remastered and actually remade this town map in Black Ops 3 Zombies and a map called Town Reimagined, which is actually amazing. They added more interior sections, including opening up the bowling alley, as well as other details that make town feel like a full-fledged map. The original town is alright, but this remake that the fans made is pretty stellar. I remember seeing trailers for Transit as a kid. Even at that age, I was skeptical. I thought, where's the old crew I like? What is with this sci-fi gun stuff? Because at the time, I didn't know Black Ops 2 was in the future. What is going on? When I picked it up as a kid, I remember it being just way too irritatingly complicated. It was just not really enjoyable. All these annoyances and asshole level design features just made the game a frustrating play. And the fans, this map fell completely flat for the fans. I know of probably one person who likes Transit, and I think he left a random comment on my YouTube posts or whatever somewhere. Everyone else despises it, to my knowledge. But why did this map fail? Why is it the same developers behind World at War and Black Ops Zombies created this absolute disaster? How did this mess of a map make release? Well, you see, it's not as much Treyarch's fault as you might think. Now, they did bite off way more than they could chew, but I'm gonna tell you why. Black Ops 2 released towards the end of the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 life cycles, and it pushed the hardware of those consoles to the limit. Their original plans for this massive map were not feasible due to the limitations on those consoles. The denizens slow the players down intentionally so they don't overload the map, and the fog serves as a giant graphical band-aid. It's sad to see this is how things ended up, with Treyarch's own hubris being their downfall. Transit is objectively terrible, and hated the world over. It's also fun to laugh at and objectively tear apart. If you like overanalyzing levels and games as much as I do, it is so much fun to rip into this thing. It is so bad, man. It's, again, like, I'm enjoying talking about it. This is the most fun I've had reading a script in a while. This is Nuketown Zombies, the most popular Black Ops multiplayer map of all time that has been remade a gazillion times, returns from the first game as a zombies map. Black Ops 2 actually has 2 Nuketowns, as there's a version of it in the multiplayer mode, but the version in Zombies takes the Cold War aesthetic from the first game. The ambience and environment of this map are unnerving and apocalyptic. There's something about Nuketown Zombies that really sticks in my brain. I always remember it for how gloomy and hellish it looks. the dying gong of the clock tower, the fire tornadoes spinning up along the desert, the gargantuan crater with a devilish radioactive cyclone at its core, the glowing atomic residue dripping from the ceilings of the houses. This map is hauntingly creepy and beautiful. What happened here? Well, this map takes place at the same time as the moon level from Black Ops. A mining laser used by the US to uncover Element 115 triggered a nuclear detonation. Nuketown ultimately ended up fulfilling its purpose of getting nuked. Just, not in the way they intended it, as tons of American soldiers and scientists at this post were reanimated by the 115 after getting nuked. Now, you and 3 of your fellow CIA or CDC agents fight to the last man after responding to a distress signal at the base. The perks and pack-a-punch machines fall from the sky as nuclear sirens announce their arrival, which is fitting for the theme of the map. Just pray you don't have to wait until round 20 for Juggernog, as because it's in a random order, that might be the last thing to drop. There's a few tight training areas in the backyards of both houses that are actually viable, but they do provide a good challenge. This map is really fun. The aesthetic is awesome, the gameplay is simple, elegant, and equally challenging. And the map even has some lore implications. The zombies' eye color changes from orange to blue at round 25, signifying Richtofen's takeover of the zombies on the moon level, where he kicked Samantha out of the Aether. This map is better than Tranzit, and sadly, though it was a launch map, it cost $5 on online stores, or you had to pre-order the game to get it. It's a little disappointing that this bare bones but pretty fun map is actually way more interesting and replayable than Tranzit, even though Tranzit was supposed to be the big kahuna for the launch of Black Ops 2. So far, a very mixed launch. Zombies did launch with a competitive mode called Grief, as well as a few custom game modes, but a whole half of the product was pretty cooked. Treyarc, please save us. Just release a good map. Give us faith and hope in zombies again. The Victus crew teleport to China, post-nuclear apocalypse. I will say, I like the look of this map. I like the aesthetic of war-torn skyscrapers. It reminds me of the Siege of Shanghai and Battlefield 4. That was such an amazing map, and this one isn't. Die Rise's concept follows a vertical approach to zombies. Instead of running around a large battlefield, here we spend the whole level going up and down a few skyscrapers that are connected by jumps. Going down the map is simple. Just brace for some fall damage and leap from platform to platform. Getting back up is another story. Between the different skyscrapers are some elevators that have perks within them, so you can't get in the elevators. Instead, if you want to get back to the roof of the skyscraper or start from the beginning, where the best training spots are, you have to jump on top of the elevators and pray that they go up rather than down. They have a mind of their own. It's the same problem with Tranzit, the asshole level design. The elevators themselves cannot be controlled. You are completely reliant on luck. Sometimes they go down and trap you. Sometimes they go up and you're good. But most of the time, I just don't play this map because it's garbage. You have zero control in this map and have to rely on luck completely. Come on, zombies. You already got elevators right in 5 in the last game, where you just paid money to make them go up and down. How did you mess them up this bad in the sequel? I don't understand. What's worse is that if you need one of the perks on the elevators and it ain't on your floor, I guess you're gonna have to take the stairs or wait for them to show up on your floor. Thankfully, you don't have to craft the power switch. But boy oh boy, the devs still wanted you to craft. Trample steams, and other garbage that is not worth your time, as this map is 1, very difficult, and 2, very annoying. The wonder weapon, the Sliquifier, has to be crafted as well. The Sliquifier also kinda sucks. It makes surfaces slippery, which can spell the doom of zombies, but also players alike. Did I mention the fall damage? You can fall off this map. You can die without even having to fight the zombies. You can literally fall to your death. It's genius. It's perfect. And this is much easier to pull off than you might think, as the map is confusing, its layout is nonsensical, and thanks to the asshole level design, there's jumps that appear to be reachable that have plenty of cushioned mattresses below, but they're blocked off by invisible walls or some other BS because the devs didn't want you to jump in this particular spot even though you could totally make it. It's so annoying. You have to kind of memorize which jumps are survivable from where. It's such an inaccessible map for beginners and so poorly designed. There's nothing more lame about Tranzit and Die Rise than dying to anything aside from the zombies. If you die and are stuck staring at the screen in utter confusion and bewilderment, feeling like your death was completely out of your control, the level design has completely failed. Exploding zombies in Tranzit can kill you just for shooting them, and the literal gravity can kill you in Die Rise. I have absolutely zero idea what their plans were with this map, and who thought this was a good idea? The rooms themselves aren't much better, as they're incredibly cramped. Even the roof is plagued by asshole level design, as the training space was deliberately designed to make you hate China. It's cramped and full of all this rubbish that tries to trap you, so if you want to get a good system going or camp, you can't. You just can't. You're just gonna have an absolutely sweaty palm, anger-inducing experience. Also, I could never find the mystery box after playing the map like 4 times. I tried to go to the light, but had no earthly idea which room it was trapped in, or on which floor. Then there's the broken elevator at spawn, which shortcuts you to the bottom and is an absolute waste of everyone's time. Wow, this map is a fundamental failure. How'd they not learn anything from Tranzit? The bonus round as well literally reuses the Nova crawlers for a jumping enemy that sticks to walls and stuff. Although it's far less fun than fighting the dogs, I guess this is the best gameplay feature in the map. But it's still literally a recycled enemy. This map is such a travesty. The best part of it is a recycled enemy, dog. Oh my. Oh man, this map is a travesty. It's wholly unenjoyable. I mean, yeah, I'd actually say it is worse than Tranzit, because at least in Tranzit, there's room to move around. Oh my, it's so bad. And finding the mystery box, I tried to Google a map to know where I was going and know which floor connected to which, and I couldn't even understand it. I cannot believe they charged money for this level. Fun fact, I never played this map as a kid. Yep, I only watched videos on it. Why, you ask? Well, much like Black Ops 2's campaign, I didn't fully experience this game as a kid. When it came to zombies, I just skipped out on it. Tranzit was so bad that I remembered thinking, well, zombies isn't made for me anymore, so future DLC probably isn't worth it. That's right, the map was so bad I gave up on zombies completely, thinking the mode was completely chalked forever. And I just went back to playing Halo Reach and Minecraft. I didn't even bother getting the other DLC maps. And wow, I was kind of right when Die Rise released. I saw videos on it and I was thinking, wow, this is the same problem. This is the importance of launching a game with not just good maps, but accessible maps. None of them at launch, Nuketown included, offer an experience so easy to pick up like Noct or Kino. If your first map is extremely complicated with 10 million features and frustrating level design, then you have failed at building a mode that is actually accessible for casuals and new players. And that's the most confusing part of this to me, is Call of Duty is such an accessible game. Anyone can pick it up. There's only like a few buttons you need to know. And the gameplay is super easy to get down with a high skill ceiling. So, to be honest with you, the zombies mode being this complicated is such an antithesis to what makes Call of Duty Call of Duty. And this is why nobody likes Tranzit, because most casuals cannot stand the map. And most experts also can't stand the map. It is the absolute worst, most embarrassing failure of a zombies map that should be studied for generations. It is genuinely fascinating. No, please, not more. No more zombies maps, I'm begging you. I just can't take another disaster. If I hear Stuhlinger yapping in my ear again, I might just...
Must have been through this 50 times already. And we'll go through it another 50 if that's what it takes. 9:30, lights out. God begins his rounds.
Wait, is this Alcatraz Zombies? Treyarch, please don't mess this up again. This concept doesn't suck like Chinese skyscrapers and lava bus simulator. A new director of zombies was now in charge, Jason Blundell. Man, I hope this map doesn't end up being a Jason blunder. Whoa! Okay, so when I saw this trailer as a kid, I thought it looked pretty cool. I remember thinking, oh, is Zombies going back to its roots as a horror-themed, really fun arcade survival game? But at the time, I was too busy playing Minecraft, so I missed out on it. The first time I played this map was in college when a friend of mine had a real scuffed Black Ops 2 disc that kept crashing with an unreadable disc warning after like round 3 or so. Finally, I got to try it in full recently, and wow, this map sucks. Okay, no, I'm joking. You know I'm kidding. This map is amazing. Blundell and the team knocked it out of the park. Despite the previous failures of Zombies, the team with this new director at the helm completely delivered. The thing is, for some reason I was having trouble with this map on the PC version. I was playing on Plutonium. Shout out to the Plutonium launcher, by the way. I wanted to extend a big thank you to the Plutonium team for making a lot of this video possible. At one point I thought the map was glitched. I couldn't get into the warden's office and thought it was just scuffed. I needed to get in there for a part for the main quest on this map, and well, I just decided, I guess it's broken. So why not run the modded remaster and Call of Duty Black Ops 3 with my friend Swizz? So I asked him and he was down, and we played it, and oh my. No, Black Ops 3 is the best Zombies experience out there on PC because of the huge slew of both good vanilla maps and tons of amazing modded maps. And this right here, although I'm showing you Black Ops 3 footage, this is basically as close to the map as we can get. And he didn't have Black Ops 2, and I figured, let's run back some Zombies together. So for the rest of the video, I'm going to be showing you the Black Ops 3 version, but just know it's basically the same thing, but it looks a lot prettier. Wait, we're both tied. Who goes? Who gets eaten next?
Who's next? You decide.
I'm so glad you knew what I was.
The horror elements on this map are over the top, and I'm all here for it. Hanging bodies, spikes, and tons of blood and gore everywhere. It makes the Alcatraz prison feel like hell. And Alcatraz already was hell in our own reality. But here, it makes it feel especially on the nose. And I think that's what the devs were going for. The cast is made up of 4 criminals that all talk like real wise guys. Okay, that voice sucked. I'm never going to do that again, I promise. I love this cast too. They're not annoying. Thank the heavens. And their stories are pretty cool. Finn, Sal, Billy, and Weasel are locked up for typical gangster activities. The night of their escape plan, a zombie outbreak is unleashed on the prison. And what's interesting here is they all have these crazy red eyes too, which symbolize that perhaps these zombies aren't controlled by Samantha or Richtofen. The map level design is cramped, but full of opportunities to train and camp and do pretty much everything you want to do in a zombies map fairly comfortably. The map it does have some new additions and some new mechanics, but it is still fairly easily accessible for new players while offering a fun little quest and challenge for experienced ones. The map also introduced some hood classics like the AK-47, Uzi, and the Tommy gun. All classical gangster guns, especially the Tommy gun. The new wonder weapon, the Blundergat, is a super shotgun of sorts that can be upgraded to do even more damage alongside Pack-a-Punch upgrades. There's also a new boss zombie. He's named Brutus, and he's a heavily armed police zombie of sorts that takes quite a few shots to take down. But he's more than just a bullet sponge. He busts the mystery box and always makes the round feel extra intense when he shows up. He shifts the dynamic and makes the zombie hordes much more terrifying because when he's running amongst them, you know you are much more in danger than you were before. The new perk, Electric Cherry, is kinda useless. It shocks zombies near you while you reload, but I think it's kinda cool. I love seeing the electricity spark up when you're reloading. It's also a play on words for electric chair, the outdated execution method that plays a central role in this map's story. Crafting is back, but it's actually not horrible. The scoreboard shows you everything you can craft, what parts you still need, and honestly, the UI just really elevates this feature so well that it's no longer annoying. It's amazing what a simple UI and some expanded inventory features can do that make an otherwise annoying mechanic pretty fun. I always enjoy collecting the parts on this map. Then there's the flaming dog heads, or Cerberus I'm pretty sure they're referred to. If you feed dead zombies to them, and by holding out in certain locations on the map, you will unlock the Hell's Retriever, which is this amazing throwing tomahawk that magically splits the heads of multiple zombies, trains damage between them, and fetches back to your inventory, which is just an even cooler feature that just makes this map even more fun. But there's something more to Mob of the Dead that seals this map in the Hall of Fame of the Zombies mode: the escape plot. The players can build a makeshift plane atop the roof of Alcatraz using scrap from all around the map. Obtaining these involve puzzle solving and teamwork. These puzzles leverage the new Afterlife feature. Quick Revive is now gone, as whenever you die for the first time in a round, or if you electrocute yourself on one of these busted breaker boxes, you enter a soul state where you can shock zombies away, revive yourself and others, and activate power nodes. You can also go through walls and access parts of the map that are usually inaccessible on foot. This allows you to get the Warden's Key to open up much of the map and power on perks. Escape sends you crash landing into the Golden Gate Bridge, where you find Pack-a-Punch and an army of zombies. You will have to leave as an army of Brutuses will spawn in after some time, and we gotta get out of here. It's time to get off this bridge, where we'll find electric chairs. This sends you back to the start. Oh, you
so
have
hop
to
in
beat
the electric
round.
chair and die.
No, I don't
Hurry!
wanna.
Hurry!
I don't wanna.
John Warden's coming. Did you do it?
I did.
Thank you, Lefty. Thank you, Lefty. Oh, like 4 wardens just spawned in. Oh my god, get in the chair, get in the chair, get in the chair.
It's an endless cycle. Your characters are paying for their crimes, trapped in a metaphorical and literal hell as penance until they are eventually overwhelmed and killed by the zombies. It's perfect. You are never getting free from your crimes, and you are stuck to rotten hell until the very end. And that's what this map is symbolizing, that there is no escape. You are stuck here forever. There is an insane Easter egg that breaks this cycle and serves as an ending to this map. There's a huge grocery list that ends with the players having to square off against each other. Whoever is playing as Weasel will have to fight the other players until either they are all killed or Weasel is killed, whichever comes first. This ends the level. Insane Easter egg. It's called Pop Goes the Weasel, in case you want to look it up and do it for yourself. What else is on this map? Oh yeah, the Acid Gat. If you upgrade the Blunder Gat to the Acid Gat, it does stupid damage. And if you Pack-a-Punch it, it basically breaks zombies. It makes the game a cakewalk, as each shot distracts zombies away from you like monkey bombs do. This map, when you have this upgrade, it becomes stupid easy. It breaks the game for everybody. But this map is insanely fun. Even though it's a very easy map compared to the other two earlier in this list, it is much more enjoyable. Mob of the Dead is a very successful first experiment from Jason Blundell, but he wasn't ready to put the spatula down yet, as we had even better maps on the way.
You don't want to come over. We gotta be like an action movie. Hold on, I'm still working on a plan. Come on, hurry up.
I can't hold
on,
on,
I'm still thinking. Done.
You got a comedic relief too, cool guy. You're gonna have to buy me a couple beers if you get out of this one.
Yeah.
He's like the guy. He's the guy in the computer chair too. He's like worried for nothing.
Come on, Harold. Really playing with my time.
Is there a wall by here or a box?
Hey, hold on, I'm still thinking. No, but there's Pack-a-Punch.
Yeah. Can I Pack-a-Punch twice or no?
Not you, but I can.
That's more than a hole in the ground. Hey, something. Here, head. Insta-kill. Little ones need to be taught a lesson. Blowing off your arm is my way of giving you fair warning.
Next map. This one has the Victus crew again, which at first seems like a bad sign. But wait. This map is actually good? The team has ventured the globe, just to end up in Angola at a mining facility. You start off in the top of the facility in the most tiny starting room ever. The level expects you to fall down to reach the buried part of the map, hence the name Buried. Or is it buried? See, I call it buried, and if you disagree with me, fight me in the comments. Anyway, why would we fall down into the map? Well, aside from the starting room, there isn't much to do on the surface, aside from making a jump onto a fragile platform to buy an LSAT LMG. It's a small thing, but it's kind of cool that this is here. It's very unique. It's a little intro parkour challenge that you can only try once. Now we enter the map proper. This level has some verticality to it, with pitfalls in the mines and areas you can drop from but have to run a mile to get back up. This is the type of verticality that is actually well thought out and enjoyable, unlike Die Rise, which is downright infuriating. There are many routes to get back up and down throughout the map, and falling doesn't kill you. Well, most of the time. There are some areas where it can, but regardless, you're not going to die to fall damage ever in this map. It is awesome. Buried beneath this mine is an old western town. The immense damage from the missiles striking Earth forced the plates to shift enough for an American western town to slide beneath this mine's crust, completely intact. This is physically absurd, much like all of the zombies lore, and I don't think this would ever be possible, but it's kind of cool nonetheless. I do really like this aesthetic though. The wild western town really does fit nicely in a zombies map. This map also brings a ton of exciting mechanics to the table as well. There's this big guy called Arthur that you can give booze to open up parts of the map, and you can also give him candy and he'll attack zombies for you. He can also lock down the box and do all sorts of other stuff for you. He's a saint, and I love him. Just be careful not to shoot him, he'll panic and lock himself back up in jail again. Craftables return without the useful UI from Mob of the Dead, so I didn't care for it and confusingly plopped parts around before realizing I had a ray gun and I didn't need them. The new Paralyzer Wonder Weapon isn't that crazy, it's pretty alright. It features unlimited ammo, but doesn't do much damage without a Pack-a-Punch. However, you don't have to craft it. Thank the stars, this is an amazing upgrade. Plus, there's a new weapon in the box, the Ray Gun Mark II, a burst-fired ray gun that has no splash damage, which means it won't get you killed, and it's perhaps even better than the original ray gun. There's a new Remington Army revolver, chalk that allows you to draw wall buys wherever you want them across a few designated wall buy spots. And what's really clever about this map is the crafting parts are all in the general store, all of the weapon, wall buy chalk, and mule kick is in the gun store. You can find and buy booze at the saloon. Much of this map feels like a functioning western town. This map is pretty beautiful, and honestly not scary in the slightest. Then there's this ambient western styled music that rolls in, and it is really good. It's a bop, and sometimes when zombies starts to slow down, when you start to get a little bored, when this music kicks in, it really puts a smile on your face. There's so much to the aesthetic in this map that is done so well. This map is also gonna have to be one of the easiest zombies maps of all time. I don't typically like the easy maps as they get kind of boring and repetitive, but every now and then it's fun to run them back and try them again. This map offers a lot of paths to getting more than the 4 perk limit allows and get perks for free. And speaking of perks, is one of my personal favorites introduced in Buried, Vulture Aid. Zombies now drop ammo and money, and now you can see perks, Pack-a-Punch, wall buys, and the box through walls with your new Vulture Vision. I love this perk so much. It makes the map look cool as you can see all these glowing icons everywhere, and you get to pick up ammo for your ray gun without needing a max ammo. In line with the other levels in this game, you can do the bidding of either Richtofen or Maxis in the Easter eggs, ultimately to determine who controls the Aether. The centerpiece of the map is the Haunted Mansion. You have to fight your way through a bunch of ghosts who try to steal your money, and then get through a surprisingly fun and somehow not annoying hedge maze. I never thought I'd say this, but fighting zombies through a hedge maze and getting lost and turned around is actually kind of fun. Usually I hate mazes, so this is a really cool addition. This map is very cool, and the cherry on top is my personal favorite addition, the time bomb. I had no idea what this did until I used it. I initially thought it was going to be some reskinned C4 with a time limit or something like that. Instead, wherever you set it, after detonating it, you travel back in time to that moment, meaning you lose your progress between that time and go back to whatever round you placed it in. It is such a cool gadget, but it makes the map a ton easier. So to be honest, it does ruin the challenge if you do pick it up from the box. But it's a really cool mechanic, and I love time travel anytime it's introduced in games, especially in this map. And one of my personal favorite examples, a little tangent, is the time travel level in Titanfall 2. That mission is so awesome. So, you know I gotta love the time bomb from this one. This is a really solid map, but I do believe Mob of the Dead is better. Now for the final zombies map in Black Ops 2. So far, Black Ops 2 Zombies had a rough start before turning it around in the second half. So how does the finale fare? The original cast is back in the form of 4 alternate universe copies. This is the Premise crew. They've come to France in 1918, the last year of World War I, to capture Richtofen at a dig site in occupied France. What's here? Element 115, of course, as well as a tomb of undead medieval knights reanimated by the rare earth element. The outbreak forces the team to unite and fight the Horde. This map is aesthetically gorgeous. When I first saw it, I thought it looked kind of cool, but had a bunch of sci-fi mumbo-jumbo that ruined the World War I theme of the level. However, after playing it, this map isn't meant to be a realistic World War I battlefield. It's an alternate World War I, where Germans have used Element 115 to create alternate forms of energy and new weapons, including these giant death robots. The snowfall, the stakes driven into the ground adorned with dead zombies. This vibe is beautiful, and the cast here is the best it's ever been. The voice lines are great, and the characters are even better than before, with more personality and more lore-based dialogue that doesn't get annoying, but adds a lot to the story and the gameplay experience.
Field report. Confirming arrival at site identified in our intel. No sign of the target, nor the other agents believed to be on intercept course. Dempsey out.
The starting pistol is a modified Mauser C96 pistol with a detachable box magazine. It's definitely a departure from the one in our reality, which is fed with stripper clips, but I understand they did this for probably gameplay purposes. Other World War I and World War II weapons litter this map and the mystery box. Between liquid-cooled light machine guns, MP40s, STG-44s, there is a lot of stuff here that would please history nuts, including myself. The system of powering the map is amazing too. There's 6 turbines that you have to activate to power the 6 portions of the map. Once you activate them, you have to hold off against undead knights that try to interrupt the charging sequence. It makes powering the map very interesting, and throughout the game, zombies will go and try to disable those generators, which forces you out of wherever you're at to go to that part of the map and save the generator. The little touches of historical accuracy in this level are really awesome. The Allied fighters dogfighting the Germans in the sky above. There are new zombie models that use World War I accurate helmets and equipment, including Pickelhaube helmets, so they're not just traditional Nazi zombies, and they look more like the German soldiers from the First World War. Then there's the map. It's full of all these bunkers and trenches that look pretty accurate to the World War I from our reality. And there's the No Man's Land, which is this wide open space full of mud that slows the players down, and all sorts of camping, training, and just all around all sorts of areas that are just fun to defend and hold out against the zombies in. This No Man's Land area is so wide open and so enjoyable that it makes this map really fun, despite the fact that it poses a significant challenge. This map is pretty difficult, and that's what I love about it. It's not just fun, it's not very easy. It's a fair challenge. Origins introduces the Wonder Fizz machine, which is a kind of mystery box that gives out random perks. This extra element of chance is very welcome in zombies, and the new boss zombie is the Panzer. It's an undead suit operator that takes a lot of damage to take down and can throw a wrench into any strategy you have. The giant robots also push their way through the map and threaten to crush players. Much like Mob of the Dead, there's a quest that involves getting parts to build 4 elemental staffs, the Wonder Weapons. For some of these parts, you need to drive a captured Mark IV British tank around the map, and for others you need to dig up parts using shovels. Some of these dig sites have live grenades buried beneath them, so be careful. This actually got me killed once. I like this map a lot. I wish I could have experienced Origins with a stacked party when the map was released, but unfortunately my friends and I were kinda over zombies after Tranzit. Today, it was really nice to actually play Origins for the first time. Even if I did it solo, it's a really fun experience. And there's a lot of fun to be had here. You know, until Black Ops 3, this was the send-off for zombies in Black Ops 2, and considering the very first maps were so unapologetically bad and so hated by the community, I feel like ending it with the original cast and with all of these elements of fan service on this awesome map is a very good way to send off Call of Duty Black Ops 2 Zombies mode.
Shut up, clock in, and load up. Friendly counter UAV
inbound. Black Ops 2 multiplayer. Most agree this is the best multiplayer in the franchise, the entirety of Call of Duty. But why? To start, the game has an insanely stacked map rotation. Raid, Hijacked, Nuketown, Plaza, Express, Carrier, so many bangers, and those are just some of my favorites. The new Pick 10 system arrives with wild cards that give custom classes tons of flexibility and allow players to have a lot of creativity deciding on what exactly they want their loadouts to look like. This is also the first Call of Duty to feature a futuristic setting, so many of the kill streaks are drone related or sci-fi in some way. The weapons too are all from the 2025 setting of the story. Many of these bizarre weapons are actually real, while only a handful of them are surprisingly fictional. The weapon sandbox is interesting to me in that you can kind of get a sense of what Treyarc thought would be the most popular firearms of 2025. And what's cool is they were right about quite a few guns, like the MP7, the FAL, and other weapons that are still used to this day. But I want to talk about some highlights from the arsenal that have some interesting context. The AN-94 serves as the stand-in for the typical AK platform rifles. This weapon does exist, though they've only been produced in very limited quantities in our reality. The weapon's in-game functionality even slightly mimics its functionality from our world. In-game, the first 2 rounds in a trigger pull jet out a faster fire rate than the rest of the burst. The real prototype was designed to assist a soldier in landing more rounds on target. It does this through overly complicated mechanics that facilitate a 2-round burst, wherein the user of the rifle only feels the recoil impulse after the second round is fired. This rifle has only gotten a very limited adoption by the Russian military, as it's far too expensive and mechanically complicated. Even today, in 2025, it is not feasible as a mass-produced weapon, so it's absurd to see it as the futuristic AK-47 replacement in Black Ops 2. We are not as advanced as Treyarch was anticipating. Even in our 2025, the rifle is not feasible as a mass-produced weapon, so it's absurd to see it as the futuristic AK replacement. The Russian military, as well as other nations that have adopted AK variants, mostly use AK-47s, AKMs, and AK-74s, with select Russian soldiers using the new model AK-12. And I find that interesting, considering in the war in Ukraine, much of Russia's armies are using Cold War-era rifles, and the AN-94 is nowhere to be seen. But, you know, as they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And as for the AK-47, 74, and AKM, I mean, they're classic examples of firearms that are just timeless. Oh, and before we move on from the AN-94, I thought this was weird as a kid. It has this weird slanted magazine in-game. Now, that's actually based off of reality. I thought it was a weird optical illusion, like the weapon modelers accidentally messed it up. but the AN-94 does have this weird tilted magazine. Check it out for yourself, it's pretty fascinating. Another interesting rifle is the M8A1. This is modeled off of the HK XM8. This rifle looks like it dropped from the future when it was developed in the 90s and early 2000s. The weapon entered military trials in multiple nations, most notably the American military. In entertainment, the M8 has been featured in many video games. It's been in the Rainbow Six series, and as far as the mid to late 2000s is concerned, it made appearances in many games as the future American rifle. Anytime a game was set in the future, be it Tom Clancy's End War or Black Ops 2, the M8 was our standard issue. Although, obviously we know the XM8 was never adopted by the Americans. In fact, the XM8 never took off in general. Not only did the Americans not accept it, but almost no one adopted this bizarre yet interesting looking modular rifle. Except for the Malaysian Navy, who still use it to this day. Attaboy Malaysia, you adopted one of the sexiest looking sci-fi blasters, and for that, I thank you for giving this strange and cool looking rifle a future. In multiplayer, the rifle has this weird 4-round burst feature. I don't really understand why, but maybe it's just to mix up the sandbox a little. Obviously in Black Ops 2, alongside the SCAR and the M27, the M8 is the American standard issue rifle. All three of these weapons never made service in the American military. I do find it really strange the FN SCAR is in many of the Modern Warfare games and Black Ops now as the modern to future American rifle, as we have never adopted it. It's pretty funny. Instead, our military usually uses the M4 and M16, but there's a new challenger that has entered our armed forces, and that is the M7 Spear. It's a rifle that features a larger caliber than that of the M8 and the M4, and the theory behind this rifle and the reason why the American military is adopting it is so that its rounds could punch through more advanced body armor that perhaps our future enemies might be wearing. I find it funny, we went in the Vietnam and World War era, we had these large caliber battle rifles between, our bolt actions to the M1 Garand and the M14, and now we've developed the M4 and the M16 with a smaller cartridge, 5.56, and now we're going back to the big cartridges. Now all our men have practically marksman rifle, battle rifle, whatever you want to call them. We have more of battle rifles and our standard issue coming soon here. Although, to this day in 2025, the M7 is still rare and is going through testing, so it hasn't been fully adopted yet. I do find interesting that many of these sci-fi weapons in Black Ops 2 have seen military service, or at least some civilian usage, like the Judge 410 shotgun revolver, the SIG 5.56, the Scorpion Evo and Chris Vector, the FN SCAR, and even the KSG shotgun is here. While talking about the weapon realism, I figured I'd talk about the realism of Black Ops 2 as a whole, since we did so in World at War and only touched on it a little bit in the Black Ops video. There really isn't much to comment on in this game. Unfortunately, this is about the time realism began slipping away in COD completely. Does this make Call of Duty a bad game? Not necessarily, but as a history nut and someone who likes, realistic war games and immersion, I lost a little bit of interest in Call of Duty starting from Black Ops 2 onwards. Still, the game's really fun. I gotta give it that. And obviously, Treyarch's 2025 is very different from our own between gadgets, weapons, and politics. But one thing that has remained is the gore featured in-game. The story mode is pretty violent. Shotguns and LMGs are capable of lopping off limbs and sending soldiers into excruciatingly slow deaths, much like in World at War. Aside from that, and the gore featured in Zombies, the game is basically Hollywood. But it's still, again, an amazing game, and is perhaps one of the most beloved Call of Duties of all time. All of the weapons, real or not, are unique and pretty good additions to the sandbox. The attachments added to the game are also pretty sick. Some of them are sci-fi where you could see through walls, and other attachments are the standard fare of laser sights, red dots, quick mags, the basics. All in all, this is the hugest Call of Duty multiplayer in depth of content and quality. Wager matches came back, gun game, sticks and stones, kill confirmed, which in the last video I thought was invented in Black Ops, but it actually was in Modern Warfare 3, but now it is back again, as well as all of the modes and maps we know and love. Unfortunately, this seems to be the impossibly high bar COD has failed to reach since. This was it, the pinnacle of Call of Duty multiplayer. All playstyles are catered to here, and that's evident with the trickshot and quickscope levels that litter the Plutonium browser. And speaking of Plutonium, special thanks to the team behind this launcher. There is a notable, yet small community of fans still playing. Some of the servers are filled with bots to make up for the seats that are empty, that often have pretty goofy and absurd names. But I noticed, compared to Black Ops 1 and World at War, this game has far more players online in Plutonium, with peaks I saw going upwards of 600 concurrent players. This shows how much the fans love this multiplayer, but back then, it still had controversy. This game saw the first DLC weapon. If you bought the DLC pack that features the Die Rise Abomination, you would be granted the Peacekeeper SMG. This, along with DLC gun camos, were incredibly controversial at the time. I remember this was the beginning of aggressive video game monetization, but oh man, one gun and a few camos, how good we had it back then. Black Ops 2's multiplayer was a once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon. Coming home from school to launch the menu, go straight to multiplayer, and get treated to the absolute banger soundtrack before dropping into non-stop fun with no skill-based matchmaking and no poor level or game design, or significant predatory microtransactions, just amazing maps and a goated user experience. Call of Duty has consistently failed to please its fan base to this degree ever since. And starting with the next Call of Duty title, Ghosts, the franchise steadily began to languish into not obscurity, but widespread mediocrity. Call of Duty is now referred to as soulless corporate slop. It's been so long since I've seen Call of Duty in such a positive light, or at least a majority positive light on the internet, that I completely forgot that there was a time that these games were beloved, and they were actually, like, really good. Playing these old games makes me appreciate the franchise more, as I remember as Black Ops 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and all that, as the microtransactions got worse and the quality of the game design plummeted off a cliff, I remember thinking, was Call of Duty ever good? And I can confidently say, of course it was. But, you know, it's hard to believe that it once was more than just corporate soulless slop full of Fortnite-styled crossovers. Sure, sometimes the new games do have some good maps or a few good modes, but as a whole, these packages have been of inferior quality and have the fans consistently asking, begging for a return to the franchise's roots. Call of Duty Black Ops 2 is a stellar title in the Call of Duty franchise. It's also a fantastic game on its own right, one that I wish I fully experienced when I was younger. This was the pinnacle of the franchise, with what is perhaps the best story in the entire series, with the best writing, best villain, and best characters. We also have what is perhaps the most superior Call of Duty multiplayer of all time. And sure, this game does have flaws, like what is seen in the early Zombies maps. But overall, Treyarch delivered a spectacular end to the World at War to Call of Duty Black Ops 1 and 2 storyline. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, be sure to like the video and subscribe. It helps a lot more than you could imagine. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. And as always, a huge thank you to the patrons and channel members. You guys are the absolute best. If you do want to join in and support the channel, check out my Patreon or click the join button near my channel name below the video, and you'll get access to some exclusive videos and posts. As always, thank you guys so much for watching, and thanks again to Manta Sleep for sponsoring this video, and I'll be seeing you guys on the next one. Peace.
You're 7 years old, David. Stop acting like a baby.